Chapter 993. The rag doll's lifeless eyes, which couldn't move at all, straightened its body and looked towards the area where the crimson moonlight couldn't illuminate. The man with the swollen cheek and the other cultists were standing there silently, but at that moment they lowered their heads and raised their hands, as though they were in a praying posture, piously listening to the divine revelation. 2 to 3 seconds later, the rag doll finally straightened its body. Just as it was about to open its tongueless mouth and produce a sound that didn't belong to this body, all its movements suddenly turned sluggish like a heavily rusted machine. Klein, who was hiding among the cultists, had seen the rag doll strangely extend out spirit threads. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to take control of it. In the brightly lit room, the lights dimmed. The rag doll with curved eyes and mouth instantly lost its bony support as it slumped to the table, motionless. As the street lights flickered more than 1,000 meters away, Klein lost control of the blob of spirit body thread. With the help of the rag doll's descent, he only needed a second or two to jump out of his range. Whoosh! A bone-chilling wind blew in the room as the carpet with the tables and chairs suddenly twitched. It threw the man with the swollen cheek and most of the cultists to the ground. Only the disguised Klein had jumped up ahead of time and avoided the accident. Of course, Winner Enzo happened to be at the edge of the carpet and wasn't affected. Whoosh! Amidst the cold wind, the carpet rolled up and tightly wrapped around a few cultists. Then, it covered their mouths and noses and wrapped around their throat. At the same time, the fountain pens on the desk automatically removed their caps and shot out, stabbing into the neck of the man with the swollen cheek. There were so many of them that there was no gap. The wooden chair exploded, allowing the spikes to sweep out, not sparing any of the other cultists. Near the wall, the pipes of the wall lamps cracked open as the gas inside seeped out. The curtains on the sofa stood up and twisted into ropes that wrapped around the conductor's throat. A few floorboards bounced up and stabbed into the bodies of a few cultists. For a moment, all the items in the room were filled with aggression, trying to kill every single life in the room. Klein wanted to dodge, but the shirt, pants, belt, coat, and hat on his body all had a life of their own, forcefully sealing him in place. He suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. "Pa!" He simulated the sound of fingers snapping. A scarlet flame rose from his pocket and instantly covered his body, breaking the shackles. At this moment, the curtain on the other sofa rose up, as if an invisible person had draped it over them. Klein's eyes immediately reflected such a strange image. His body trembled and stiffened on the spot. He was possessed by the evil spirit. The flames from before had yet to be extinguished. Just as they were about to burn off his clothes and flesh, they turned him into a pitch-black paper doll. The paper doll's back was covered in feather-like patterns, giving off an unreal, half-illusory feeling. This was a mutated paper doll that had been tainted by artificial death's aura. From the beginning, Klein knew that there were only two possibilities for him to wait for the doll to mutate. First, the person disguised as a deity was nearby and could sense the death of a believer. Hence, he had made preparations to deliberately descend and set a trap for the troublemaker. Second, the person using the doll was indeed a secret existence. He didn't know that the sacrifice had been destroyed, and he continued descending as expected to give a further revelation. Regardless of the situation, it meant that the matter was rather dangerous. Therefore, how could Klein perform unprepared? According to the characteristics of the other party's descent or possession of the doll, he had placed the paper doll that had mutated due to artificial death's aura into the iron cigar case ahead of time. Then, he maintained the marionette's standard at the level of an ordinary person, enticing the target to possess him. At this moment, the god that the cultists worshipped changed from Klein to death paper doll. The scarlet flames swept inwards as the pitch-black paper doll ignited. The pale white color suddenly expanded as it was dyed with a dark green color. A slightly painful grunt sounded as a transparent shadow flashed across the window that reflected the crimson moonlight. Almost at the same time, The items in the room that had come to life fell to the ground, returning to a dead state. As for Winner Enzo, flames soared into the sky and enveloped him. At this very moment, in this port city located at the northern tip of the southern continent, the residents of the houses were enjoying the relaxation of the night and the warmth of their families. They didn't notice that the surface of the wall lamps on their glass windows would occasionally dim for a moment before returning to normal. Accompanying this dimming was the flames in the fireplace that grew in size and shrank. The dregs in the kitchen ignited and extinguished. During this process, the glass mirror of a particular house dimmed the most. The number of times the flames changed was the same. In the room, a few believers were praying to the primordial moon without noticing it. After an unknown period of time, the crimson moonlight brightened a little. The entire city seemed to be draped in a soft veil. This brightness quickly returned to normal as a scarlet flame rose up from the top of a silver candle on a dining table. Winner Enzo walked out as his body and face rapidly changed into German Sparrow. Just now, at the moment the crimson moon brightened, he had lost his target. Not only does he have the Beyonder powers of a high-sequence Beyonder of the Wraith pathway, he can also borrow the power of the crimson moon. One of these two aspects must be done by relying on a sealed artifact or a mystical item. Klein muttered to himself as he made a preliminary judgment. After the demigod who possessed the cloth doll was corrupted by the death paper figurine, he originally believed that he had a chance of taking him down. To his surprise, the enemy's strength and means were much stronger and richer than he had imagined. The only thing he could confirm at the moment was that it wasn't an angel. Its strength and level were far inferior. Amidst his thoughts, Klein left the dining room and entered the activity room. There were a few believers praying to the primordial moon. Unlike the cultists on the steam locomotive, they knew very well who they were worshipping. They seemed to be more formal members. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 step. Klein walked into the room unhurriedly. The believers sensed him and turned around. Under the powerful illusion of a bizarro sorcerer, they treated the German Sparrow as a descending oracle. They saw a crimson moon silently shining above his head. Thump, thump, thump. The believers prostrated themselves on the ground, piously paying their respects. Klein didn't beat around the bush. Who was the saint that you met earlier? Although one of the believers was puzzled, he still answered respectfully. Oracle, it's Shaman King Klarman. Shaman King Klarman. This name is so familiar. Alright, the author of my book of secrets. Isn't he already dead? It's been more than 1,000 years since he was active. There's no way for saints of non-special pathways to live that long. He joined Rose School, but he still believes in the primordial moon and used some sort of method to extend his life? Or could it be that his sequence itself could make him a long-lived species? Klein thought for a moment and remembered the origin of the name Klarman. On a sailboat docked at the harbor, in a cabin illuminated by the faint moonlight, a figure with fluffy black hair with hints of white walked out of the mirror. He wore a black robe with crimson patterns. His forehead, the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and mouth were covered in wrinkles that weren't too deep or shallow. His eyes were bloodshot. At that moment, the pores on the back of his hand and the rest of his exposed skin had already opened up. White hair that was stained with pale yellow oil grew out. The elder's expression was slightly warped, as though he was enduring some kind of pain. He quickly sat by the bed, lowered his head, clasped his hands, and began chanting softly. Amidst the incomprehensible words, his forehead slowly split open, as though there was a red full moon embedded inside. The moonlight dissipated and enveloped the elder. The white hair on his body retracted and vanished. But at the same time, the elder's abdomen bulged bit by bit, as though it was filled with liquid. Finally, his clothes and skin tore apart. A blob of flesh covered in white feathers flew out and landed on the deck. It squirmed for a while before rotting and vanishing. Phew! The elder raised his head and slowly exhaled. His blood-red eyes were filled with puzzlement. He muttered to himself, Death's blessed? But there's no death now. Early in the morning, the Church of the Storm's mandated Punisher team, which had taken over the mysterious deaths of the steam locomotive staff, received new information. The missing conductor and driver, as well as a few other suspected passengers, had been found. It didn't take long for a few members of the mandated Punisher team to follow the clues to a certain part of the city and discovered their target. They were quietly hanging in a row outside a house. "This is a provocation," the mandated Punisher captain growled through gritted teeth. But when they put down the corpses and entered the house to investigate, they saw people in the activity room praying piously to the primordial moon, holding a rather evil ritual. "Arrest them all," the mandated Punisher captain ordered after a second of shock. It was only then that the primordial moon believers seemed to regain their rationality. They resisted one after another, but they were quickly suppressed, either dead or injured. The mandated Punisher captain looked around and said to his companions in disbelief, "There's an entire row of corpses hanging at the door." They actually didn't notice a row of corpses hanging at the door? A member of the Reader Pathway thought for a moment and said, "Those corpses are very likely guiding us to investigate this place." The mandated Punisher captain calmed down and nodded thoughtfully. The mandated Punisher captain calmed down and nodded thoughtfully. The mandated Punisher captain calmed down and nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 994. Bakeland, Westborough, inside Odora's villa. Emlyn White, who had answered the summons, took off his hat and coat, and walked into the activity room to wait. In this room, apart from him, there were a few other sanguine that the important figure had requested to meet. After Emlyn surveyed the area, he chose a seat and sat down beside a man with a deformed nose bridge. The man had brown hair, red eyes, and deep facial contours. He held a picture book in his hand as he flipped through it aimlessly. He was none other than the sanguine who had previously provided Emlyn with information on the abandoned castle in the middle of Delaire Forest. His name was Ernst Boyer, a Viscount. Emlyn had originally planned on visiting the Viscount in the next few days, but he never expected to meet him here. After some careful thought, he deliberated for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure." After some careful thought, he deliberated for a moment before saying, "Your Excellency, I'd like to know where you obtained the information on the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest." "Why, your customer told you that there aren't any ancient wraiths there?" Ernst Boyer moved his gaze away from the picture book and shot a glance at Emlyn. "No, that's not it." Emlyn didn't explain as he persistently emphasized the question from before. "I'm just curious about the source of that information. It doesn't sound that simple." Ernst Boyer closed the picture book and nodded slightly. "This isn't a secret. I learned of it from Lord Nibs. To be frank, I've never heard of such matters in the past. It's very difficult to imagine that there's such an ancient castle in Delaire Forest." Lord Nibs. Emlyn instinctively had a thought. It was yet another test, but isn't such a probe too dangerous? "I'll have to trouble Mr. Fool to resolve it." Emlyn frowned slightly as he recalled some of the details he had considered before probing. "What's the matter?" He probed. "Your Excellency, then why don't you explore the ancient castle yourself? I remember that you're an archaeologist. Furthermore, you can obtain beyonder ingredients corresponding to ancient wraiths during this process." Ernst gave Emlyn an odd look. "Lord Nibs told me that it's very dangerous. It's best not to approach unless you're an earl." Emlyn's mouth turned agape as his expression turned a little sluggish. He then held back his anger and suppressed his voice. "Why didn't you warn me of this previously?" Ernst chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? How can a beyonder creature, whose exact location and situation is grasped by us sanguine exist without a special reason?" Seeing that Emlyn was a little confused, he added, "Normal intelligence should be like this. Somewhere in Delaire Forest, there might be an ancient vengeful spirit. Someone had encountered it before, but they could not find its source. This means that finding those ancient vengeful spirits is a very difficult and troublesome task. The cost of time is likely to be higher than their value. That's why they've survived until now. I thought that you would easily discover the problem with that information, and the same goes for your customers. If they choose to take action, they must have the corresponding confidence. At the first instant, Emlyn felt that what Viscount Ernst said made sense. He couldn't refute it at all, believing that he and Miss Magicians were foolish enough to face danger head-on. It had nothing to do with the other party. The second instant, Emlyn was embarrassed and annoyed. He was filled with hatred for himself. In the third instant, Emlyn realized another problem. Regardless of whether the intelligence itself reveals any danger, Ernst Boyer should have clearly informed me of this point. This is because figuring out the level of danger, the source of the danger, and the manifestation of the danger is extremely important for subsequent explorations. It can't be missed. He did it on purpose. Emlyn made the final judgment in his heart as his scarlet eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his chin slightly and said, "Indeed, it's easy to tell. Indeed, it's easy to see, but I'm more interested in finding out what dangers are hidden in that abandoned castle." Ernst picked up a cup of black tea that was nearly the color of blood and took a sip. "I'm not sure either. Lord Nibs didn't mention it." Emlyn's expression sank. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, he suddenly saw Cosmiodora walk into the activity room. He looked at him and said, "Emlyn, that important figure wants you to meet him." "All right." Emlyn reined in his emotions, pressed down on the lower half of his vest, and stood up at an unhurried pace. After walking down the stairs to the basement, he finally couldn't help but ask softly, "Baron Cosmi, which important figure is he? Baron Cosmi? Which important figure is he? How should I address you?" Cosmi, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, didn't hide anything. "Your Excellency Duke Ulmer." Duke Ulmer. Emlyn subconsciously straightened his back and cast his gaze at the lamp rack on the wall beside him, as though he was trying to confirm his dials from the projection on the metal surface. This was one of the 3 Grand Dukes that currently controlled the blood race. He was an ancient expert that had existed before the catastrophe and was known as Full Moon. He was more than 3,000 years old and had once followed the primogenitor Lilith. Without a doubt, this was synonymous with the history and glory of the blood race. After passing through layers of secret doors, Emlyn and Cosmi arrived in an iron-gray hall. The ground and walls were covered in grass, flowers, and grains. Many insects were crawling among the dense vegetation, making Emlyn feel as though he had left the city and come to the suburbs. He could feel the exuberance of life. Such a scene didn't seem too strange at first glance, but upon closer inspection, there were many places that were extremely odd. There were fisher-like mouths on the grass, with fibers flying out to capture insects. The flowers used the branches and leaves as hands, plucking nectar on their own. The grains of wheat and other grains were heavy, and occasionally, there would be cries coming from them. The insects were divided into many types, and they were all different from normal insects. Some had the heads of snakes, while others had the faces of birds. These things became more luxuriant the closer they were to the center of the hall, forming a tomb that was brimming with vitality. Cosmi faced the tomb and bowed respectfully. "Your Excellency, Emlyn White is here." "Good afternoon, Your Excellency." Emlyn wasn't as arrogant as usual. He was even a little flustered. In the tomb, a mellow voice that couldn't be discerned of age chuckled. "An outstanding young sanguine. Cosmi, leave this place for now." "Yes, Your Excellency." Cosmi bowed in response and left the iron-gray but refreshing hall. As Emlyn stood there, he heard the mellow voice from the grave ask, "Who are you? In the morning, Nibs mentioned that you obtained an artificial vampire beyonder characteristic that corresponds to the Viscount level?" "Yes, but it has been corrupted. It needs to be purified first." Emlyn hadn't mentioned removing the mental corruption from a beyonder characteristic because he believed that it was a very easy matter for the sanguine. At the very least, Baron Cosmi had confirmed that it was possible. Sanguine Duke Ulmer tersely acknowledged. Very good, I'll personally purify that characteristic. He paused for a moment before saying, very good. Although the Blood Clan is a race with a long lifespan, they will still grow in age, be reborn and die. No matter what, for a race, it is necessary to nurture young members. You have recently displayed outstanding talent and ability, and have become the target of our greatest attention. Therefore, I have personally come to meet you and give you some tests so that you can grow as quickly as possible. Outstanding talent and excellent abilities. Emlyn's chin lifted a little more. He then sighed inwardly. Indeed, just as Mr. the Hanging Man had predicted, there would be tests, missions, and face-to-face scrutiny. Amidst his surging emotions, Emlyn respectfully replied, I'm always ready. Not bad. Ulmer's mellow voice came from the grave. Your next mission is to find the important members of Rose School hiding in Bakeland. There are few clues in this regard. You will need to investigate many things on your own. Rose School? Do they have a grudge against us? They seem to have accepted some primordial moon believers. In fact, Emlyn had already learned a lot about Rose School on the tarot, but he had deliberately concealed it and didn't reveal much. Aside from accepting believers from the primordial moon, they also possess a sacred relic of the vampires. This was left behind by our ancestor, and we must take it back. Ulmer's tone was solemn. A relic of the ancestor. A holy artifact of the sanguine. Emlyn didn't hesitate to say, Your Grace, I'll try my best to find the important members of Rose School in Bakeland. Ulmer's voice turned gentle. Very good. Go get some information from Cosme later, and find a point of entry. Emlyn was already a little impatient, but he restrained himself and asked after some deliberation, What's the matter? He deliberated and asked, Your Grace, do you know of the abandoned ancient castle in the middle of Delaire Forest? You want to go there? It's very dangerous, Sanguine Duke Ulmer replied from the grave. Emlyn didn't explain as he directly consulted him. What kind of danger is it? Ulmer chuckled. That castle may be older than I am, and older than the forest of Delaire. I don't know who built it, but I know that there's something sealed underground that hides a huge secret. Any creature that approaches it will face the danger of being corroded by the corruptive powers. We once believed that it was related to the abyss, but after a devil was thrown into the ancient castle, he was also corroded. He went from being cold and cruel to crazy and chaotic. Then, why don't you attempt to open the seal and figure out the situation? Emlyn mumbled inwardly, but he didn't say a word. Sanguine Duke Ulmer, who was known as Full Moon, didn't speak further. After ending the topic, he got Emlyn to leave the hall. In the evening, dark clouds gathered in Bakeland as it began to drizzle. Emlyn wore a top hat as he walked under a sheltered carriage. His scarlet eyes were locked onto Viscount Ernst Boyer, who was shopping in an antique shop. He was angry that the other party had deliberately provided incomplete information. After leaving Odora's house, he subconsciously followed him. But after walking for a while, he became lost again. This was because he hadn't thought of how to deal with Ernst, nor had he thought of how far he should go. PS1. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday, monthly votes. PS2. Recommending a book, An Ordinary Man Wielding a Sword Heads East. It was written by an old author. It's a xianxia novel with a delicate style. The writing style is excellent. Introduction. He opened his eyes and saw the mysteries of this world. Fox demons, flood dragons, emperors, generals, Taoist spells, immortals. Also, the past and future. Chapter 995. After following Ernst Bohr in a daze for a distance, Emlyn gradually had the intention of giving up. He glanced at the increasingly heavy rain outside the arcade and couldn't help but think, how should I punish Ernst? Although he's likely acting on orders or cues, it's still very despicable. As for Lord Nibs, I don't have the ability to do that now. Wait until I become a marquis or a duke. I'll definitely make him pay the price. Miss Magicians has already completed her exploration of the abandoned castle. I wonder if Lord Nibs has sent any sanguine to monitor it. From her tone, description, and Mr. Fool's feedback, it's unlikely so. Could it be that Lord Nibs didn't send any sanguine to the vicinity of the ancient castle? But is there a need to probe it? Or could it be that he missed it due to certain problems? Amidst his thoughts, Emlyn felt that he needed to discuss how to punish Ernst Bohr. He lacked such experience. Subconsciously, the first person that came to mind was the hanging man. This senior member of the Tarot was experienced in all sorts of matters. He was abnormally reliable, and he had never disappointed the other members. After hesitating for a few seconds, Emlyn rejected this choice. This was because it involved the probing of the sanguine. Revealing it to a member of the Tarot before the results were out would damage his pride and the image of the sanguine. For the same reason, he eliminated World as a candidate. Of course, he felt that he could guess what kind of suggestion World would give. Kill. There's no need to go that far. Emlyn mumbled inwardly as he aimlessly followed behind Ernst Bohr. He expanded the list of candidates to the real world. Then, he realized that he didn't have many targets to choose from. He didn't have many friends. After eliminating his parents, who were also sanguine, he could only consider 2 people. One was Father Utravsky of the Harvest Church, and the other was Detective Sherlock Moriarty, who had many tricks up his sleeves. Sherlock hasn't returned from Bakeland. Sigh. I can only find the priest tomorrow, but I can't say it directly. Emlyn quickly made up his mind. He walked past Ernst Bohr, who had entered the watch shop, and walked to the end of the arcade. There were a few rental carriages waiting there. After boarding the carriage, Emlyn casually cast his gaze at the window as he felt the wheels turn. He saw more and more raindrops smashing against the glass, leaving marks at the bottom. In his blurry vision, carriages drove past. Audrey retracted her gaze from the rainy scenery outside the carriage window and glanced at her personal maid, Annie, before silently communicating with Susie, who was squatting beside her. She used her eyes, expression, and inconspicuous body movements to say, "I'm almost home. I'm a little nervous." Susie wagged her tail, raised her claws, and fiddled with the gold-rimmed glasses hanging around her neck. Combining the color changes of her ether body and body of heart and mind, she expressed her thoughts. "Don't worry too much. Ma M. Escalante, who appears to be a psychiatrist on the surface, is only at the level of a telepathist. She won't be able to see through your lies." Audrey nodded slightly as she watched the carriage drive into the Hall family's luxurious villa and stop in front of a sheltered foyer. Ever since she joined the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation, she had been spending less and less time at home during the day. She had originally planned on meeting Ma M. Escalante of the Psychological Alchemy at 22 Phelps Street, but since Mr. Don Dantes had gone to the southern continent and wasn't at the foundation, there was no need for it. In her private study, Audrey met Ma M. Escalante Osleka, who had waist-length black hair and a baby-faced face. After leaving Susie outside the door, Audrey gracefully bowed and expressed her attitude. "I'm very sorry. After returning to Bakeland, I've been busy gathering with friends. Later, I joined the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and only met you today." This was actually intentional on her part. She had dragged it out for almost a month. This way, it would be reasonable for her to digest the psychiatrist potion and advance to hypnotist. It was a progress that was considered a genius and not a problematic one. Escalante returned the greeting without much thought. "I heard that you're running errands for children who thirst for knowledge. Your virtue is more dazzling than diamonds." As Audrey gestured for her to sit down, she walked to the single-seater sofa and tersely acknowledged, "I've never seen those children's situations in the past. There's always a voice in my heart urging me to do something. Ma M. Escalante, if you have the time, you can come with me and the staff of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation to visit different schools and see the situation of most children in this world." Having said that, she chuckled and said in a self-deprecating manner, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I've been getting used to this topic lately because I want more nobles and tycoons to participate in this kind of charity, donate more money, and help more children. After hearing Audrey's words, Escalante replied uncomfortably, I'll do that. I'll also donate some money to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. No, I don't want to force you to donate. This must be an act that comes from the bottom of your heart and is absolutely voluntary. I just hope that you can take a look and then inform the people around you of the situation of those children and their possible futures, including the members of the psychological alchemy. Audrey shook her head and rejected Escalante's suggestion. All right. Escalante nodded in agreement at first, then felt that the matter was inexplicably absurd. Miss Audrey's true intention seemed to be to solicit donations from the Psychological Alchemy Organization. However, this was a secret transcendent underground organization. This was no different from soliciting donations from the Aurora Order. Audrey didn't discuss the matter of the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation anymore. Instead, she said, Ma Escalante, I have something to tell you. What is it? Escalante read solemnity, joy, and pride from her emotions and actions. Audrey smiled faintly. I've already become a hypnotist. At this moment, Escalante suspected that she had been hypnotized. Although she knew that Miss Audrey had previously obtained the hypnotist potion formula, how long had it been? You should be able to confirm that I'm not lying, Audrey said with a smile. Only then did Escalante snap to her senses and ask in surprise and doubt, You seem to have had an unusual encounter? It's just that I'm brave enough to apply it, Audrey said truthfully. Escalante frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. You want the Sequence 5 potion formula? Yes, what do I need to do or pay? Audrey didn't hide her goal. Escalante glanced at the beautiful blonde lady opposite her and said after some deliberation, This isn't something I can decide. This is not something I can decide. I will report this to my superiors and arrange for you to meet with Hilbert and Stephen as soon as possible. She was referring to Hilbert Alucard, a psychologist and jewelry designer, and Stephen Hamplister, a furniture merchant. It was obvious that Escalante was in a subordinate position in their group of psychological alchemy members. Audrey wasn't surprised by Escalante's reaction, but it didn't mean that there were no problems with her handling of the matter. A Beyonder who was interested in advancing to Sequence 6 was a valued member of any secret organization, or even an Orthodox church. She was qualified to meet the upper echelons directly. In other words, after advancing to hypnotist, Audrey was already an elite in the middle echelons of psychological alchemy. Her next goal was to become a quasi-upper echelon. What she needed to meet was the counselors of the Psychological Alchemy Council, not Hilbert and Stephen. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Audrey deliberately released a little displeasure. Escalante keenly caught this signal and quickly explained, Meeting Hilbert and Stephen is to confirm your condition. Meeting Hilbert and Stephen is to confirm your condition. After that, one of the committee members will talk to you. In fact, with your current rank, you should be leading a team and recruiting more members, but your identity, position, and daily environment made us cancel this plan, fearing that it would affect your daily life. Counselor. I wonder how many counselors there are in Bakelin's Psychological Alchemy Council. Could it be the royal family consultant, Mr. Vin Rambus? Audrey nodded thoughtfully. I understand and will wait for your arrangements. She immediately changed the topic, and curiously asked, her eyes turning slightly. Ma'am Escalante, do you know what the Sequence 5 potion of the spectator pathway is called? Seeing the blonde noble lady in front of her unconsciously revealing her girlish side, Escalante breathed a silent sigh of relief. I've heard Hilbert mention it once. It's called Dreamwalker. Dreamwalker. This is a little different from what I imagined. Or perhaps this dream is just a synonym. To be precise, it should be subconscious walker? Audrey didn't hide her thoughts and analysis as she directed the topic to various knowledge in the field of psychology. After having Escalante stay for dinner, she sent the lady out of the foyer and onto a carriage. At that moment it was dark outside. The winds howled and the rain fell. Amidst the pouring rain, howling winds, and the dark night, a steam-powered liner was cruising through the safe sea channel of the Berserk Sea. Klein had already left the southern continent and was returning to Desi Bay in the form of Don Dantes. As the ship rocked, he suddenly woke up, got out of bed, and walked to the window of the first-class living room to look outside. In the deep night where the rain was falling, a huge three-masted sailboat covered in pure black silently sailed over. There were lanterns hanging on both sides of it. It was nearly 100 meters long, and there were 3 pitch-black sails hanging over it. And on the deck, with its back facing the cabin, there was a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters tall. At that moment, no one was sitting on it. This was the Black Emperor. This was the symbol of King of the Five Seas, Nast. The Black Emperor. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 996. On the observation deck of the liner, a sharp and loud horn sounded. It tore through the wind and rain and awoke all the passengers. They didn't have the time to wear their clothes as they ran to the windows in coats, pajamas, or bare feet to take in the situation outside. Half of them quickly saw the gigantic three-masted sailboat that didn't conform to common sense. They saw the 3 pitch-black sails, as well as the lumps of dim yellow that swayed in the darkness. Together with the howling winds, the pattering rain, and the night sky where the crimson moon and stars couldn't be seen, many passengers felt as though the ship had sailed out of hell, bringing with it indescribable horror and majesty. The Black Emperor. After a brief moment of shock and panic, this name surfaced in their minds. Anyone who had experience at sea, or had lived in the port cities of the various colonies for a period of time, would more or less know of the existence of such a pirate ship. Oh, may the storm be with us! May the goddess bless us! Holy steam! Prayers rang out subconsciously, filled with fear and helplessness. These passengers knew very well that the owner of the Black Emperor was the one with the highest bounty on the 5 seas. In a sense, he was the Pirate King, a powerful figure who could remain active despite being surrounded by the fleets of various countries. He wasn't someone the liner's cannons and crew could withstand. This meant that they were about to fall into the hands of pirates. Many women couldn't help but imagine the scene of being bullied by pirates and being sold to an unfamiliar land. Some of them trembled, while others had their knees go limp as they slid down from the windows and knelt to the ground. Some hurriedly found their daggers and revolvers. It was unknown if they wanted to resist or if they didn't wish to face the worst outcome. Some couldn't find their weapons, so they moved their clothes racks to the side. The men didn't do any better. Apart from a small number of people drawing their weapons in an attempt to organize a resistance, the rest were either in a daze, searching for a place to hide, or cursing the darn liner and the King of the 5 seas. Finally, the captain's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through a particular loudspeaker. Silence. There's no need to be afraid. The owner of the Black Emperor has his own laws. Unlike other pirates, he and his men only plunder and do nothing else. These words were repeated several times, and the panicking passengers finally calmed down a little. They were no longer as afraid. Compared to what they had imagined, being able to survive and not be bullied was already a very good result. After dozens of seconds, some of the passengers thought about how they had worked hard for so many years and finally had some savings. Now that they were going to lose all of it, it was really unbearable. Grief surged, and they actually cried. Some of them even borrowed money to start a business. If they couldn't bring back the money this time, their families would probably have to live on the streets and rely on the workhouse. Thinking of this, they quickly took action and hid the money in various hidden places, hoping to keep as much as possible. After doing all this, they gripped their weapons tightly, ready to die with the pirates at the critical moment. Even wild beasts would retaliate before death, let alone humans? At this moment, many of the pirates on the Black Emperor were already waiting by the side of the ship according to their orders. They were prepared to jump onto the prey once they closed the distance. Their second mate, Terror Viscount Board Mustang, was holding up a telescope and observing the liner in front of him indifferently. He was silently calculating how long it would take for both parties to close in. This pirate, who had a bounty of more than 10,000 pounds, was wearing an Intis shirt with complicated patterns on his collar and sleeve. He wore a dark red captain's suit, as though he was waiting for a banquet to begin and not a robbery. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he couldn't see any traces of the liner. Board Mustang hurriedly moved his telescope to search, but there was nothing in that direction apart from the waves stirred up by the strong winds and the red-headed sea eagles that like to hunt for fish in the storm. Such a huge steam and sail hybrid liner had disappeared just like that. Board Mustang's eyes shimmered, unable to make an accurate judgment. Where's the ship? What about such a large ship? It was there a moment ago. The pirates on the deck also sensed that something was amiss as they exclaimed in shock. Ghost ship? No, how can there be a ghost ship of such a shape? This is a steam-powered hybrid that has only become popular in recent decades. An illusion? Someone used a large-scale illusion to hide the liner? An illusion of this level must be at the demigod level. Board Mustang's thoughts raced as he put away the telescope and walked towards the cabin. During this entire process, the measurement of distance seemed to be in disarray. Board Mustang only took 7 or 8 steps to cover a considerable distance. He came to the bottom of the captain's cabin and bowed respectfully. Earl, something abnormal happened during the hunt. On the Black Emperor, King of the Five Seas, Nast always addressed himself as Earl. This was a title conferred by Roselle the Great. Of course, he also publicly announced that he would establish a pirate nation sooner or later, becoming an archduke, a prince, and even an emperor. After a brief silence, a deep and authoritative voice sounded from the captain's cabin. Circle around it. By your will. Board Mustang didn't ask why, as he immediately agreed. Of course, he could imagine the reason. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, to make such a large steam-powered liner disappear without a trace under the watchful eyes of hundreds of pirates was definitely not something a low or mid-sequence beyonder could do. There had to be a demigod or a powerhouse who wielded a demigod-level sealed artifact on the ship, and to clash with an unknown demigod over an ordinary liner was definitely not a rational action. Even if Earl Whitemaple, Nast, was the king of the Five Seas, he wouldn't rashly do such a thing unless there was a direct conflict of interest or standpoint. From this angle, the demigod was only hiding the liner without counterattacking. This also meant that he didn't wish to engage in an intense conflict with the Black Emperor and the King of the Five Seas. Therefore, he was only revealing his existence as a form of deterrence. Board Mustang immediately got his sailors to leave the side of the ship and change the course of the Black Emperor. At this moment, a huge and heavy red-headed sea eagle suddenly left its flock and flew towards the Black Emperor. It circled high above the ghost ship. Amidst the confusion of the pirates, the red-headed sea eagle looked down at the deck and spoke in a deep human voice. I wish to meet Earl Whitemaple. Board Mustang was taken aback for a second before he cast his gaze towards the cabin. King of the Five Seas, Nast's stern voice sounded again. He didn't directly answer the red-headed sea eagle and instead instructed his subordinate. Let him in. Just as Board Mustang was about to follow the order, the red-headed sea eagle swooped down in the dark storm. Its body gradually changed as it twisted and squirmed into a human form. By the time it landed on the deck, there were no more red-headed sea eagles. There was only a man wearing a top hat and a banquet outfit with a feathered mask on his face. Board Mustang's pupils dilated slightly, as though he was trying to get a clearer look at the man. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't find anything abnormal about the pompous man. It was as though the red-headed sea eagle had never appeared. A few seconds later, bored Mustang's pupils dilated even more. This was because the man in the feathered mask had passed in front of him, allowing him to see his side profile. The man who had been invited to attend the banquet was very thin. He was only the width of 2 fingers. For an instant, bored Mustang seemed to see a walking paper figurine, but it was a little thicker than a paper figurine. Monster. He swallowed his saliva with great difficulty as he watched the terrifying demigod walk towards the cabin. The pirates on the deck took a few steps back in unison and leaned against the side of the ship, as though what they had just seen was a nightmare. To them, this extremely odd-proportioned man was something they had never seen in their lives. He was more terrifying than many of the monsters they had seen in the past. On the 3rd floor of the cabin, outside the captain's room, Klein reached out to grab the handle, twisted it, and opened the door. He had made himself appear so strange. It was a half-passive and half-active action. The passive action was because the red-headed sea eagle wasn't large enough. After splitting off a portion of its body to make clothes and masks, even without the organs, it was unable to support a normal human body. The active action was because he began to explore and attempt acting as a bizarro sorcerer. He had some ideas. Being a sorcerer wasn't the main point. The main point was to use a sorcerer's method to express the word bizarro. With a slight creak, the dark door opened, revealing the scene inside the captain's room. Candlesticks hung down from high above. There were 41 on the left and 40 on the right. The numbers varied, and at the end of them was a black platform that surrounded an iron-black chair. King of the 5 Seas Nast's figure was rather normal at that moment. He was slightly more than 9 meters tall, unlike the giant Klein had encountered before. He was still wearing the steeple crown that was of equal size. He was wearing a black robe with silver edges. His face was chiseled, and there were some wrinkles on his forehead. He had a short black beard, and his deep black eyes flowed with a dark red glow. It made people subconsciously want to lower their head. "I've never seen you before," Nast said in a deep voice. "Mr. Bizarro Sorcerer." Klein took off his hat and bowed. "I know you now." Nast's voice, which made spirit bodies tremble, echoed in the captain's room. "Speak. Why do you want to meet me?" "Earl, I wish to know your impression of Roselle the Great." "Everyone knows that you and your father have met him more than once," Klein replied, unaffected. Nast swept his gaze at the paper figurine-like demigod as the dark red glow in his eyes brightened a little. "Have a seat." Before he finished his sentence, Klein felt a powerful pressure. He had no choice but to obey the order and sit on the chair beside him. However, he was only a marionette. With a flick of his spirit body threads, the figure that was as thin as a book rapidly stabilized. Chapter 997. After the pressure was relieved, Klein casually pulled a chair over and placed it by the door. He sat opposite King of the 5 Seas Nast across the hall. Although the Pirate King was more than 90 meters tall and sat on a black platform, looking down from above, Klein wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He put on his top hat again. After a brief silence, Nast, who had the orthodox title of Earl of White Maple, said in a dignified voice, "Give me a reason to answer your question." Klein leisurely leaned back with his thin body. "The reason is that when you need to make a deal with me in the future, you don't need to hear such a request." The dark red light in Nast's black eyes flickered as he changed the subject. "I basically know all the active saints in this world, but that doesn't include you." Klein stroked the feathered mask that covered his face, smiled, and instead of answering, he asked, "Why are you here?" Instead of answering, he asked, "Have you met Zeradal?" "I've met him twice in Roselle the Great's palace, and I've also interacted with quite a number of members of the Secret Order," King of the 5 Seas Nast replied in a straightforward but authoritative tone. "Quite a number of members of the Secret Order. I'll introduce you when I'm free." Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He then smiled. "I've also met Zeradal." Nast raised his hand to stroke his short black beard. His already tall figure seemed to swell up a little, oppressing the captain's cabin into a heavy and dark atmosphere. After a few seconds, he stared at Klein in a condescending manner. My impression of Roselle the Great is very simple. There's no one more suitable than him to become the Black Emperor. He didn't explain the exact meaning and direction of the Black Emperor, not caring if the demigod opposite him could understand. So that's how it is. From the King of the Five Seas words, although the Emperor's diary indicated that he had only made up his mind to switch to the Black Emperor pathway in his final years and had made the corresponding preparations, in fact, he had long had a certain level of understanding and inclination. It had unknowingly appeared, and he had made many arrangements ahead of time. Klein thought in enlightenment. He believed that this was roughly what King of the Five Seas Nast knew about Emperor Roselle. After all, they had only met twice. Hence, he asked, did the great Emperor ask you or your father to do any secret things in his later years? The crown on Nast's head swayed as he said in a deep voice, someone once asked me the same question. Klein laughed and made a bold guess. Bernadette? Yes. Nast held onto the two sides of the iron-black throne. Back then, she was still very young and immature. To think that she would ask such a question. With Emperor Roselle's status and level in his later years, what secret matter could be more confidential than his own plans and secret actions that he entrusted to me and my father? This is implying that I'm as immature as Bernadette back then. Klein sighed and smiled. To people who are concerned about such matters, even if there's only a sliver of hope, they aren't willing to let it go. This was also the reason why he had come to meet the King of the Five Seas after using an illusion to hide the liner. He wanted to find clues to the door of light above the gray fog in the real world. Apart from finding a way to confirm the identity of the third transmigrator, he also had to investigate Roselle the Great. This was a necessary choice. The dark red glow in King of the Five Seas Nast's eyes contracted and expanded. What's your relationship with Roselle the Great? Klein thought for a moment and sighed. We can be considered old friends. After all, on the mysterious door of light, even if their corresponding cocoons weren't spread on the left and right, there was only one obstacle separating them. They had been hanging together for hundreds of years. This was a relationship on a practical level. But on a psychological level, Klein, who had read so many of the Emperor's diaries, had unwittingly come to see him as a fellow countryman. He shared the same emotional home and identity as him. Nast stared at the demigod who sat at the door as thin as a book for a while before retracting his gaze. Is there anything else? Klein was already prepared as he asked unhurriedly, What's the matter? In your mind, what's so special about Roselle the Great in his later years? The slightly wrinkled Nast was silent for a long time. I don't know much about him, so I can't find anything unusual. The only thing that I find strange is that when my father and I met him, a few times, he would stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to the west and stare into the distance. This happens in the morning, noon, and evening. And that room doesn't only have a row of floor-to-ceiling windows. West. Far away. Fog Sea? Klein muttered to himself as though he was seeking confirmation. He recalled the mysterious primitive island that the Emperor had mentioned in his diary. He recalled the abyss hidden somewhere in the Fog Sea. King of the Five Seas Nast nodded slightly. That's also my guess. Phew. Klein silently exhaled. After some consideration, he stood up and said, I'm done with my questions. That's all my questions. Please forgive me for my sudden visit. Earl, may I know how I can help you with the transaction? He was fulfilling the promise he had just made. King of the Five Seas Nast fell silent for 2 seconds. Help me find the card of blasphemy that corresponds to the Black Emperor. For an instant, Klein suspected that the Pirate King was testing him, but he immediately felt that it was difficult to connect a demigod of unknown origins to the wielder of the Dark Emperor card. He smiled. He smiled and said, I'll do my best. However, the question from before isn't worth a card of blasphemy. If I can obtain it, I'll use the contents inside to trade with you. Of course, I might only be able to provide clues to that card. Nas stroked the armrest of his iron-black throne and replied without any emotion, "That's all. That's all." Klein took off his hat again and bowed. Then, he opened the door and returned to the deck. Under the watch of Terror Viscount Board Mustang and Company, he raised his arms. His body rapidly shrank as the feathered mask on his face unfurled. In just 2 to 3 seconds, he had transformed into a normal red-headed sea eagle. The red-headed sea eagle immediately flapped its wings and flew into the dark wind and rain, disappearing from the sight of the Black Emperor's pirates. So this is a demigod. Board Mustang looked up into the sky and sighed. Although one's inclination towards madness and losing control would only worsen if they took another step forward at Sequence 5, making it more likely for a Beyonder to fail their advancement, the title of demigod remained tempting. This was because as long as one successfully took that step, they would obtain godhood, changing the very essence of their life. Be it their lifespan or abilities, they would completely exceed the limits of humans, making them high and mighty. Inside the steam-powered liner, Klein gave up on controlling the red-headed sea eagle, allowing it to fall into the sea without anyone seeing it, becoming food for the fish. And at this moment, the passengers on the liner were extremely tense. This was because the Black Emperor was about to approach. In fact, this was something that should have happened a few minutes ago, but for some reason, the Black Emperor ignored the liner and continued straight ahead. As for the liner, it didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead, it circled around the Black Emperor, maintaining a distance of a few hundred meters. This strange situation lasted for a while before it finally came to an end. The distance between the two ships was only a few dozen meters. The Black Emperor passed the liner from the side and sailed into the night that was a mix of wind and rain, never to return. The passengers and crew watched in a daze. After a few minutes, they came to a realization. The Black Emperor had left. It didn't attempt to plunder. A number of passengers let out cheers, while others had tears streaming down their faces. A number of them slumped to the ground weakly and relaxed themselves. Only a small number of people maintained their clarity of mind. They were filled with questions about what had just happened, but they were unable to come up with an answer that matched the situation. All they could do was console themselves. The Black Emperor has likely completed a plunder. Furthermore, it's a liner and not a freighter, so it didn't catch his eye. As a sense of relief filled the entire ship, the Don Dantes Klein cast his gaze north. Compared to King of the Five Seas Nast, who had only met Roselle a few times, there was another person who was more familiar with the Emperor. Queen Mystic Bernadette. This lady, who was a pirate king just like Nast, had recently been frequenting Bakeland. When I return to Bakeland, I'll get Admiral of Stars to contact Queen Mystic and try to meet her again as soon as possible. Klein retracted his gaze, drew the curtains, and lay back in bed. Rorsted Archipelago on the future. Admiral of Stars Catlia finally received a reply from Queen Mystic Bernadette. She had no idea when the invisible messenger had arrived, but this didn't stop her from surging with joy. After tearing open the envelope and unfolding the letter, Catlia eagerly read the first line at the top of the letter. That's indeed a descendant of Charles. That artisan is really a direct descendant of Roselle the Great. I can't allow him to mingle with the primordial moon believers any longer. I have to bring him to the future. As Catlia thought, she nodded indiscernibly. After making the decision, she recalled Artisan Charv's troublesome character. She felt that she had the duty and responsibility to discipline him. After some deliberation, she walked to the window of the captain's cabin and cast her gaze outside. After some searching, her gaze landed on Frank Lee, who was sitting by the side of the ship and chewing on a mushroom. "Frank," Catlia shouted in her usual tone. Frank, who was rolling up his sleeves, immediately snapped out of his thoughts. "Captain, is there something?" Catlia said solemnly, "Captain, what's the matter? I'll give you an experimental assistant in the future." Frank was first taken aback before he revealed a pure smile. "All right." Chapter 998. Upon seeing Frank's smile, Catlia had mixed emotions. She then retracted her gaze and cast it at the fishing village near the harbor where the future was. No one expected that this was an important stronghold of the Moses ascetic order. In order to avoid the Aurora Order's investigation, Admiral of Stars Catlia and her fleet had recently stopped here. She wasn't in a hurry to set sail, but prepared to disembark and use the facilities in the fishing village to communicate with her subordinates who were monitoring artisan charv in Byam. From there, she could determine the situation and come up with a plan. With this premise, the future would be activated and head for the capital of the Rorsted Archipelago, Byam, which was a few days away. In Bakeland in July, the sky brightened especially early, but the overall temperature wasn't considered hot. It didn't even exceed 30 degrees Celsius. Emlyn used his top hat to block the sunlight that penetrated the clouds, got off the carriage, and entered the Harvest Church. At a glance, he saw Father Yutravsky, who was dressed in a brown priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet, standing in front of the sacred emblem of life like a mountain. He was preaching to the few believers who had come to pray in the morning. Emlyn didn't take a second look as he walked straight to the back of the church, came to his room, and skillfully changed into his priest robe. As he wiped the candlesticks and other items, he waited for the believers to leave. About 20 minutes later, he finally found an opportunity. He sat beside Bishop Yutravsky and looked at the sacred emblem of life. He muttered to himself, "Father, I have a question to ask you." With sparse eyebrows, light blue eyes, and a few obvious wrinkles, Bishop Yutravsky replied with a smile. "Go ahead." Emlyn paused for a breath and said the words he had repeatedly thought about last night. "If, and I'm saying if, an estranged relative deceived you, causing you and your friend to fall into danger and nearly losing your life, and this matter isn't suitable for court, how would you punish him?" Even though Father Yutravsky was sitting, he was like a small mountain. First of all, you need to determine if the relative was careless and made a mistake, or if he was deliberately deceiving you and leading you into a trap. If it's the former case, what you need to do is warn him, remind him, and teach him instead of just punishing him. If it's the latter case, you need to confirm if this is his usual style of doing things. Yes, get rid of him. Otherwise, he will definitely harm others and the innocent. Ending his life and sending him back to the earth to restart the cycle of reincarnation is a form of mercy, a form of purification. Purge. The priest was even calmer, more natural, and more peaceful than world when he talked about killing. Emlyn's facial muscles twitched slightly as he hurriedly interrupted Father Yutravsky's answer. "No, he doesn't usually act like this. It's only because of certain reasons that he targeted me this time. I don't want to kill him because of this." Just as he said that, Emlyn froze. He seemed to indicate that he was the victim, indicating that this matter was an internal problem of the sanguine. Father Yutravsky turned his head to look at him, and revealed a gratified smile. "Not bad, you already know how precious life is." Emlyn forced a smile. "So, how should I punish him?" Father Yutravsky looked at the sacred emblem of life in front of him and said, "I don't advocate resorting to violence to solve problems. I don't advocate using violence to solve problems. You can bring him here and let him listen to my sermon, read the Holy Bible, understand the value of life, feel the kindness of the Mother Goddess, and work for the sins he has committed. Isn't that what happened to me?" Emlyn was taken aback before he felt that this method was very much in line with his intentions. This wouldn't cause Ernst Boyar's death, nor was it something that could be compared to beating him up and demanding compensation. More importantly, this wouldn't escalate to the level of a battle. It wouldn't cause internal conflict among the sanguine. Of course, any method had its flaws. To Emlyn, if he wanted to do so, the biggest problem was, How was he to bring Ernst Boyar to the Harvest Church? Ever since he began volunteering here, all the sanguine in Baekeland knew that they had to stay away from this area. Ernst Boyar was no exception. It was impossible for him to be tricked into entering, and if he were to use violence, Emlyn believed that with the ring bestowed by the ancestor, Lilith, and the magical and powerful spellbook he rented from Miss Magicians, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat Viscount Ernst Boyar. However, it wouldn't be that easy to control him. After all, he was a sanguine viscount, equivalent to a sequence 5 beyonder. In addition, although Ernst wasn't too old, he still had quite a collection. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to directly take action. If he wasn't careful, it might result in a bloodbath. It would go against Emlyn's original intentions. Perhaps I need to cooperate. In Baekeland, there are several members of the Tarot. If they cooperate with each other, they should be able to easily control Ernst. I can't expose my identity because of this. It's best to cooperate in stages and not meet each other. Amidst his thoughts, Emlyn made a decision. He planned on issuing a mission on the Tarot next week and seeking help. He nodded slightly and responded to Father Yutravsky's suggestion. That sounds good. I plan on calming down for a few days before making a decision. Father Yutravsky nodded and smiled. The process of sowing the fruit to harvest is a long one. One needs to wait patiently. You seem to have understood this point. Of course, this was a very simple reason. Emlyn raised his chin slightly, habitually clasped his hands together, and prayed to the sacred emblem of life. 22 Phelps Street, where the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation was located. Audrey placed the document in her hand back on the table and looked up at the wall clock hanging on the director's office wall. She found it difficult to relax. She had already arranged with Escalante to meet at Stephen Hamplister's place in the afternoon. Obviously, this meant that there would be a test. If the psychological alchemy team was cautious enough, they might have already reported the matter, and there might be a counselor observing everything in secret. Based on her own level and abilities, although Audrey was unable to confirm how terrifying a high-sequence spectator was, she could already imagine how they would perform in certain fields. This made her feel a little nervous, afraid that she would be seen through. Actually, I should have delayed it a little longer. Although the timing and emotions I revealed are in line with psychological logic, and delaying the meeting would definitely arouse suspicion, compared to a little suspicion, it's more important to wait for Mr. World to return from the southern continent. That way, I can directly arrange for them to meet at the Foundation, and I don't have to worry about a high-sequence spectator discovering anything. Sigh, Audrey, you still haven't considered things deeply enough. Audrey sighed silently and cast placate on herself to calm her emotions. In the afternoon, she wasn't in a hurry to leave the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. She sat in her office, lowered her head, clasped her hands, and softly prayed to Mr. Fool. After doing this, she boarded her carriage with her maid, Annie, and her dog, Susie, and headed for the furniture merchant, Stephen Hamplister's house. Just as the carriage began to move, a dazzling pillar of light suddenly appeared in front of Audrey. In the pillar of light, an angel bathed in golden light with 12 pairs of wings on her back slowly descended. She used the wings formed from flames to wrap around her before dissipating layer by layer. Audrey's vision quickly returned to normal. From the corner of her eyes, she swept her gaze at her maid, Annie, and her golden retriever, Susie. She realized that they hadn't noticed the scene that had just happened. She's a little different from the angel from before. While Mr. Fool is recovering more, his angel has also recovered further. The corners of Audrey's mouth twitched slightly as she restrained her smile. She became abnormally certain. Less than half an hour later, her carriage stopped in front of Stephen Hamplister's door. After handing her hand to Annie, Audrey alighted from the carriage and walked to the door. She watched as her attendant rang the doorbell. Not long after, Escalante came to open the door. As usual, she led Audrey directly to the activity room on the first floor. Annie and the dog, Susie, and the others were led to the living room by the servants to wait. When she arrived at the door of the activity room, Escalante pressed her palm on the handle and solemnly gestured for her to enter. Audrey had a vague guess, but she remained calm on the surface as she slowly walked through the door that Escalante had opened. Escalante didn't enter but closed the door to the activity room from the outside. Audrey looked ahead and saw an old man sitting quietly on a single-seater sofa facing the door of the activity room. This old man was wearing a shirt, a vest, a three-piece suit, and striped blue-gray trousers. He wore a dark red bow tie, and his hair was completely white, but it was still lush. He had a gentle and elegant bearing. He had a pair of blue eyes that seemed to be filled with wisdom and knowledge. Apart from the wrinkles on his forehead, there were basically no wrinkles anywhere else. Audrey knew him. This was the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambus. Of course, Audrey had long known of this old man's secret identity on the tarot. Psychological Alchemy Council member. She didn't hide her surprise, because she was indeed very surprised. Although she had guessed that Vin Rambus would very likely come, she believed that he wouldn't directly appear. He would only observe in secret and let Hilbert or Stephen speak to her on his behalf. "Are you very surprised?" Vin Rambus asked with a smile. He immediately stood up and bowed. "Nice to meet you, Miss Audrey." Audrey purposely opened her mouth and closed it again. Then, she replied with a complicated smile, "Yes." Then, she replied with a complicated smile, "I don't know how to address you." Vin Rambus chuckled. As usual. He pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down and talk." Audrey quietly took a deep breath and with a faint smile, she unhurriedly walked over and sat on the sofa, maintaining a distance that wasn't too far from him. Chapter 999. Vin Rambus picked up the porcelain teacup beside him and took a sip. Looking at Audrey, who was sitting upright without any mistakes, he smiled amiably and said, "There's no need to be so restrained. It's not like this is the first time you've met me. I still remember that 2 years ago, you even discussed Behrman's moral philosophy and Kongso's pragmatism with me." Audrey maintained her faint smile. "I just find it hard to associate you with a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Board." Vin Rambus had yet to introduce himself, but this was a reasonable deduction based on Audrey's knowledge of psychological alchemy and the present situation. Vin crossed her right leg and smiled. "That's not something worth paying attention to. Never forget that our psychological alchemy is an organization established to research knowledge in the mind. We are more inclined towards academics than official matters. Since it's academics, you can totally treat the so-called counselors as university professors." If she hadn't learned from Mr. World that Vin Rambus was the mastermind behind Quarren's suicide, Audrey could only conclude that he was a knowledgeable, amiable, witty, and not arrogant scholar no matter how she observed him. But since she was wary, Audrey didn't believe what she saw on the surface. As she looked at him and organized her words, she didn't allow herself to focus too much on a single point. She kept her thoughts active and divergent to prevent herself from being hypnotized without realizing it. At this moment, her mind suddenly went into a daze. She seemed to see 7 pure lights that contained infinite knowledge, as well as indescribable figures that filled the sky and blanketed everything. This was a spirituality sky, a reflection of the spirit world at the level of the mind, and beneath the spirituality sky was a dark and dark sea. Every drop of water there was like a shadow, as though they represented a bit of consciousness or a mark. There were several islands near the sea, and one of them belonged to Audrey. She clearly recognized that this was a symbolic manifestation of her consciousness. What was exposed on the surface of the sea was the part that she could perceive, and what was submerged by the seawater was the deeper level of consciousness that she usually couldn't grasp or probe. Floating above the island and looking at the bottom, the first thing Audrey noticed was a vast expanse of loneliness and silence. It blocked her vision, leaving her only able to see the huge and dark silhouette of the subconscious and the illusory, rippling sea of collective subconscious. It was difficult to obtain too much information. Audrey was wondering why she had entered such a strange state. Suddenly, she saw that at the bottom of the island, deep in the sea of subconscious consciousness, a large expanse of gray separated like a tide, revealing a stone staircase that had appeared out of nowhere. On the steps, a figure leaped up quickly in a flash. Almost instantly, he entered Audrey's line of sight. His hair was thick but completely white, and he wore a standard three-piece suit and striped blue-gray trousers. He wore a dark red bow tie, and the wrinkles on his forehead were rather heavy. It was none other than Vin Rambus. Compared to the one sitting on the sofa, this Rambus had a sinister aura. He didn't smile at all, and his head was slightly lowered, as though he was observing Audrey's subconscious consciousness behind the stairs. In a few steps, he entered Audrey's island of consciousness from the sea of collective subconscious. He walked from the subconscious domain to the surface of the sea, like a silent visitor without permission or knocking on the door. After landing on the island, Vin Rambus raised his head. Part of his skin was already covered in grayish-white scales. His eyes were golden and vertical, without any emotion. Floating in midair, Audrey watched this scene and came to a realization of the current situation. This is the world of the mind, a mind world formed from the spirituality sky, the sea of collective subconscious, and an individual island of consciousness. Due to the blessings given by Mr. Fool's angel, Vin Rambus used the sea of collective subconscious to secretly invade my body of heart and mind domain, triggering alarm. That power then separated my most intrinsic self-consciousness, allowing me to control everything that happens on the island under the spirituality sky, thereby resisting true mind reading. This is really magical. No, Vin Rambus is really despicable. He's not polite at all. He barged into someone else's home without permission or notice. Audrey mumbled in midair. Having understood her situation, she secretly influenced the changes on the island, while replying to Vin Rambus, who was sitting leisurely on the sofa in the real world. I'm also very reserved in front of a university professor. As she spoke, Audrey made the island in her heart grunt. This isn't a good comparison at all. As an old psychological alchemy counselor, he's at least a sequence 4. He's an existence that's considered a demigod. It's natural to feel reverent and restrained. Vin Rambus, who was sitting on the sofa, chuckled. Then I won't force you. I heard Hilbert mention you. He said that you only took a few months to advance from a psychiatrist to a hypnotist. I'm very curious. How did you do it? Yes, I've also heard about the answer you told Escalante. It's the courage to apply it. I want to hear more details. At this moment, Vin Rambus, who was on Audrey's mind island, was observing his surroundings with a deadpan expression, listening to the echoing voices. Audrey was already prepared for this. She deliberately pretended to organize her words, and only said after a few seconds. After a few seconds, she said, "It's the superficial meaning of the courage to apply it. Let's put it this way. In my future plans, I've always had the option of becoming a psychiatrist. Since I have the corresponding beyonder powers, I am definitely willing to give it a try. I'm very willing to use them to help the people around me resolve their mental or psychological problems." As she spoke, she seemed a little embarrassed by her somewhat childish behavior. The Mind Island faithfully reflected this point. After a pause, Audrey continued to speak. During this process, I realized that my control over the potion's power was getting better and better. Then, one day, I felt something in my body shatter and fuse into my blood. It made me see illusory stars one after another. Mr. Rambus, what does this mean? I don't know why, but from that day onwards I was certain that I could become a hypnotist. Perhaps it was a subconscious hint. After saying that, Audrey deliberately made herself on the Mind Island stick out her tongue like a child. She did something that she definitely wouldn't do normally to prove that she was really a little embarrassed. This was because acting as a psychiatrist was no different from acting as a princess when she was young. Awkwardness often meant that he was telling the truth. Vin Rambus nodded gently. He's very talented. He actually figured out the acting method by himself. Acting method? Audrey was astonished and at a loss. Then, she seemed to have understood something. Vin Rambus smiled amiably. It's what you understand it to be. Acting according to the name of the magic potion and concluding the corresponding rules. This was an effective way to digest the potion and reduce the negative effect. However, at Sequence 6, previously we didn't encourage members to use this method to speed up the digestion of potions, so we didn't teach you. Who knew that you would figure it out yourself? Why not? Audrey asked with sincerity and confusion. Vin Rambus sighed. This will cause the members to become unlike themselves, and some will even be assimilated by the residual effects of the potion. To put it simply, the first 3 sequences will slowly grasp their powers and slowly adapt to the Beyonder, allowing their self-awareness to become deeper, clearer, and more mature. This will help them deal with the problems brought about by the acting method. Of course, I can only give my opinion on the spectator pathway. As for the other Beyonder pathways, I'm not sure if it's the same. Clearly, pathways that focus on the mind will always have a little different in terms of self-awareness. Audrey was unable to determine if Vin Rambus was lying. She only felt that it made sense, but it wasn't completely correct. Little Sun mentioned before that the acting method has a rule of remember, you're only acting. I think that's more appropriate. Yes, I've always strictly abided by it, and I'll do the same in the future. Audrey, you can't be careless. From now on, you have to pay more attention to strengthening your self-awareness. From Mr. Fool's point of view, this is definitely a trivial problem. There's no need to emphasize it. It's included in the phrase, only acting, but to ordinary people, it might be rather important. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she took the initiative to ask, can you explain the acting method in more detail? Vin Rambus gave a more detailed explanation before saying, that's right. You do have the talent and qualifications to apply for the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker Potion formula, but before that, I will give you some missions. This is both a need for fairness and also a form of training for your abilities. This is because when you reach Sequence 5, you will lead 2 to 3 psychological discussion groups. Every judgment and choice you make will affect the future of the members under you, or even their lives. Therefore, we cannot let a person who lacks the ability to handle matters advance to Sequence 5. I understand. Audrey had no objections to this. What's the first mission? Vin Rambus smiled. A simple but relatively long-term mission. Every feedback you give will be counted as a contribution. At this point, he sighed. The gap between the new party and the Conservative Party is widening, and there are more and more conflict. There has already been a certain level of rift in the kingdom. I hope that you can pay attention to your father, Earl Hall's attitude. Convey his views on certain bills or matters to me. Don't worry, this won't cause him any harm. We only wish to mend the rift. The last half of his sentence actually didn't have any logical support. It was just a promise, but as Vin Rambus raised his right hand and pressed his forehead on Audrey's mind island, Audrey felt that what he said made sense. She firmly believed him. Floating in midair in the mind world, she immediately snapped to her senses and realized that something was amiss. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1000. With my father's trump card in hand, how can it not cause him harm? At the very least, it will have a negative impact on the things he tries his best to promote or oppose. Floating in midair above the mind world, Audrey looked down at the island of consciousness beneath her. Her thoughts were calmer than she expected. Right on the heels of that, she suddenly understood why Vin Rambus had gotten Quarren to commit suicide. Audrey had always been concerned about this matter. Furthermore, she had learned different pieces of information from different sources. She had a relatively clear grasp of the overall situation, but she was ultimately puzzled as to what the mastermind was trying to achieve. This trap seemed to be targeting the Conservative Party's purse strings, Baron Syndra's. As long as there was a mistake in any part of the entire matter, the powerful banker would very likely be exposed and dealt with by the official Beyonder organizations. However, in reality, it lacked the backup plan of an outstanding conspiracy. When Don Dantes didn't play by the rules, the meticulous plan was immediately disintegrated. There was no effective remedy. It didn't seem like the work of a high-sequence Beyonder of the spectator pathway. As a rather experienced spectator, Audrey had long sensed that something was amiss. Today, after hearing Vin Rambise's words, she came to a realization and grasped the essence of the framing. Vin Rambis didn't care if he succeeded in taking down Baron Syndra's. He had already obtained what he wanted. Just as he had said, within the kingdom, there was a huge rift between the new party and the Conservative Party. Although Vin Rambis said that he wanted to make up for this problem, in fact, his goal was to increase the estrangement and create a rift. What was he doing this for? Audrey controlled the mind island to prevent it from showing any puzzled emotions. She then replied to Vin Rambise's words, "I can understand your worries about the kingdom situation. I can understand your concern for the kingdom situation. I will do my best to help you." Just as she said that, the gloomy Vin Rambis on the Mind Island lowered his right hand that was pressing down on his forehead. Sitting on the sofa, Vin Rambis smiled in relief. Sitting on the sofa, Vin Rambis said with a gratified smile, "You are indeed a noble lady filled with compassion and compassion." After saying this, the old man in the striped blue-gray trousers put down his right leg and leaned forward slightly. His eyes became a little deeper. "Due to your identity and daily environment, you will forget about me. You will only remember Hilbert, Stephen, Escalante, and the others. If you have anything to say, pass it to me through them. When you have something important to report, you will subconsciously visit me and ask me about academic problems. When you enter my house, your lost memory will be restored." As Vin Rambis said that, Audrey's mind island also opened his mouth and repeated the words. The corresponding rock transformed and quickly sank into the ground, sinking into the subconscious. At this moment, Audrey felt like she had split into two people. One was formed from the mind island. She could no longer remember the appearance or name of the elder in front of her. All she knew was that she had come to Stephen Hamplister's house and met a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Board. She had received praise related to the acting method, and received a new mission. The other was floating beneath the spirituality sky. She remembered everything that had happened very clearly, but there were fewer emotional changes. It was more optimistic and not gloomy. Audrey was extremely certain that the one in midair was the most intrinsic self-consciousness. Therefore, she didn't get confused. With her as the main body, she controlled her other self. She got up in a daze and said, "Yes, sir." After responding, she quickly straightened her body like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. She walked towards the entrance and opened the door. At the moment she closed the door, the her in midair in the mind world and the her corresponding to the her in the mind island suddenly fused as one. The two different memories instantly blended together, leaving Audrey in a state of confusion for a few seconds. However, with her considerable experience in treatment and hypnosis, she quickly and skillfully sorted out the primary and secondary, as well as the truth and falsehood. She then reconstructed every detail that had happened. What powerful mind-reading and hypnosis! This is using the sea of collective subconscious to directly enter my body of heart and mind, and even my soul body to exert influence. Although she had the blessing of the Fool's Angel, Audrey still felt like she was looking at old photos when she recalled what had happened. They were yellowed and faded, as though many years had passed. I can do the same in the future. Mr. Fool's Angel's blessing is truly powerful. Humph, I'll only inform you of Dad's attitude on unimportant matters. As these thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, her mood improved. Whoosh! The steam locomotive that spewed out large amounts of smoke dragged carriage after carriage into Baekeland Station. After a few days of travel, Klein finally returned to the capital of capitals. In his appearance, Don Dantes wore a top hat and a formal suit. He held a golden-laid cane as he slowly left the first-class carriage and landed on the platform. Behind him was a young man who was obviously of mixed blood. He was about 1.75 meters tall and was carrying 2 suitcases. He was none other than Enzo. Of course, this winner had already changed his name to Inuni, which had more characteristics of the southern continent. In the future, he would be the new tycoon and arms dealer Don Dantes' choice to contact the southern continent's client. He would be the one to handle the less critical business, so there was no longer a need for Don Dantes to personally travel to East and West Balam. Of course, this was only a disguise to the outside world. In essence, it was still Klein doing the work himself. His initial plan was to use sea god Cavituus's name to send a few believers to East and West Balam to replace him in the small-scale transactions that might occur frequently in the future. After all, Donas was already a famous pirate with a bounty of more than 10,000 on the 5 seas. Furthermore, he had a close relationship with German Sparrow. Constantly helping Don Dantes would easily arouse suspicion. After leaving the station, Klein took a carriage and returned to 160 Baekeland Street. At that moment it was already late. The gas lamps on both sides of the road had already lit up. The lights in Don Dantes' residence were also brightly lit. Butler Walter and housekeeper Tanaja led the servants, maids, gardener, carriage driver, and company out. They lined up on both sides and waited respectfully for their employer. After arriving at Desi Bay and buying a steam locomotive ticket, Klein sent a telegram back to Baekeland, informing his butler when he would be returning. However, he exhorted him not to send a carriage to the station to pick him up. After all, it was normal for steam locomotives to be late until the next morning in this era. It wasn't impossible for him to be late until the next morning. Glancing at the servants who stood in a proper manner and had respectful attitudes, Klein nodded to himself. He passed through them and sighed silently. This is a little aristocratic. Even when the employer isn't around, the butler didn't slack off when he walked to the door. He nodded at Walter and Tanaja. It's been hard on you all this time. This is what we should do. Walter and Tanaja bowed in unison. Klein's gaze turned to his valet, Richardson, and he realized that the good-looking mixed-blood's face was a little pale. He kept sneaking glances at the new valet, Inuni, who was behind his employer. Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded at him. You did well previously, but there are some matters that involve business in the southern continent that require Inuni to handle. Yes, you will be transferred to be Mr. Walter's assistant and help him gather information about the manors outside the city. Assistant. Butler assistant. Richardson was stunned for a moment before he replied in pleasant surprise. Yes, sir. Reaching this position meant that he had truly broken away from the shackles of the manservant class and climbed up a rank. Walter didn't ask about the manor in detail. He seriously arranged for his employer to enter the house, clean up, and have a meal. After these matters were over, he and the new valet, Inuni, sent Don Dantes back to the 3rd floor. Sir, are you going to buy a manor in the outskirts of Baekeland? What are the specific requirements? It's not too expensive. Who knows how long I can use this identity? Klein mocked himself inwardly and deliberated. There are vineyards and wineries. After completing the arms deal, he had established a foothold in the upper class of Baekeland and obtained a large sum of wealth. Therefore, it was necessary for him to own a manor. He could not wait until autumn and winter came, but he could not invite his friends to the suburbs for a vacation or a hunt. It would be beneath his status and would be looked down upon. On the other hand, the price of a manor in the outskirts of Baekeland was rather expensive. 8,000 to 10,000 pounds was enough to get a large manor with a lot of land and a rubber forest in places like Desi Bay. Here, however, one could only ask for a vineyard, grain production, and facilities such as a brewery. "I will do my best to gather the information," Butler Walter replied respectfully. He knew that his employer was exhausted from the journey. After reporting the situation during this period of time, he left the third floor and busied himself with other matters. Klein changed and washed up with the help of his new valet, Enuni. During this process, Klein, who had already gotten used to his godhood, couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. "If it wasn't for the fact that marionettes can't go beyond a kilometer, I wouldn't have changed my valet. I'm already a tycoon, but I still have to serve myself." Sigh. Amidst his sigh, he sent Enuni to the room next door. He walked to the window and looked at the starry reflection of Bakeland as he allowed his thoughts to wander. "Next, my target is MI9's Major General Deputy Director, Conas Kilgore. As for the Captain of the Royal Guards, Viscount Stratford, I can leave it to that demoness, Trissy. She's been gone for a long time. I wonder what she's busy with. I wonder how she's thinking of ways to approach that Viscount. I previously used the communication method she gave me to tell her that I'm busy with other matters and can't be free for the time being." After a while, Klein reined in his thoughts and lay in bed. Without using cogitation, he slowly fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and sensed that someone had entered 160 Buckland Street. Again, Klein couldn't help but rub his temples. On his first day back in Bakeland, he was woken up in the middle of the night. Chapter 1001. Klein, who was dressed in his pajamas, didn't move. In his spiritual perception, the infiltrator's spirit-body threads had already appeared. This also meant that as long as he was willing, he could turn everyone in 160 Buckland Street into marionettes even without leaving his bed. Of course, to a demigod, a bizarro sorcerer, neighbors a few houses away were also within his control range. There are many spirit bodies around. One of them helped him complete his flight and landed on the balcony next door. Is this a beyonder of the death pathway or the Evernight pathway? To be able to do such a thing, he's at least a sequence 6. Is he here for Richardson? No, he walked to the door of my bedroom and stopped there. He reached out his right hand and knocked on the door. He's certain that I'll sense it? Klein sat up with a heavy expression. The first part of his judgment was done through his spirit-body threads, and the subsequent part was directly seeing him, forming a scene in his mind. After he reached sequence 4, not only had his danger premonition abilities as a clown strengthened, but his ability to stir and use the mysterious space above the gray fog had also undergone a qualitative improvement. With the two combined, it wasn't difficult for him to use his intuition and premonition to project the figure and movements of the approaching person in his mind from afar. In addition, due to his deeper control over the mysterious space, Klein could already converge the augmentation of the gray fog in the real world, preventing beyonders of special pathways from noticing any traces. And according to his judgment, with him above the gray fog, augmented by the card of blasphemy, and wielding the sea god's scepter, the power the fool projected into the real world was infinitely close to that of an angel. If not for that, even if the gray fog and paper figurine substitutes did provide the ability to maintain lucidity in a dreamlike state, Klein wouldn't have dared to let Miss Justice face a sequence 4 or even a sequence 3 of the spectator pathway. Amidst his thoughts, he left his bed, put on his slippers, straightened his robe, and walked to a reclining chair. He slowly sat down and said, "Please come in." The door to the master bedroom opened silently, but the cold wind didn't blow in. All it did was swirl in the corridor. The visitor was a man about the same age and height as Don Dantes. He had black hair, brown eyes, and deep facial features. He looked like a typical Rouen. He was wearing a silk top hat, and his face was rather thin and long. His temperament was rather cold, but it wasn't the type that made people feel uncomfortable. Instead, it was the type that directly reflected the meaning of a suburban cemetery at night. At that instant Klein saw countless spirit bodies surrounding the middle-aged gentleman, causing him to be surrounded by layers of darkness, as though a world was hidden within. Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was a demigod. I just returned to Bakeland. Why did a demigod come knocking on my door? Apart from the Church of Evernights Archbishop of Bakeland, my identity as Don Dantes hasn't been exposed at all. Klein looked at the door with a toothache. His face was expressionless, making it impossible to tell if he was angry or alarmed. The demigod took 2 steps and suddenly let his right hand hang straight down in front of him, causing his back to bend like a bow that had been pulled to its limit. He solemnly bowed in a strange posture, his attitude extremely respectful. At the same time, the cold wind blew, and the door silently closed. Klein was almost stunned, and he didn't know how to react. After that, his thoughts drifted, and he vaguely had some guesses. At that moment, the demigod maintained his posture and spoke in a deep voice. Patrick Bryan of the Charismatic Order has come to greet your Excellency. Oracle. Klein controlled the twitching of his cheek. Combined with his guesses just now, he roughly understood what was going on. The Evernight Goddess's control over artificial death, which was also the death pathway's uniqueness, had deepened once again. She could issue a revelation to the upper echelons of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. Klein sighed and smiled as he pressed his right hand to his chest, but he did not make any extra movements. What is God's decree? Bryan slowly straightened his body and looked at the gentleman with white sideburns sitting on the reclining chair. He replied with a hint of fanaticism, "We succeeded. God has finally awakened. He wants me to listen to your orders and accept your arrangements from today onwards." Klein had already expected this, but when he heard the other party's answer, he still felt his face turn sour. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. This is making me, a blessed of the Evernight, take on the role of a blessed of artificial death, secretly leading the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. Is this a gift from fate, or is it the price that was secretly marked? Since the goddess didn't let the church's archbishop or high-ranking deacons be in charge of this matter, it means that she wishes to keep it strictly a secret. Klein stood up and tried his best to make his expression and tone appear pious. As God commands. The will of God is my will. After expressing his stance, he sat down again and looked at the demigod, who was standing straight. He pointed at the sofa opposite him and said, "Please have a seat. Please take a seat." Well, introducing yourself is basic courtesy, isn't it? Just now, as thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein vaguely grasped the reason why the goddess had handed him the leadership of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. The identity of German Sparrow was closely related to the former Death Consul. Therefore, if anyone were to discover any clues and begin investigating the change in ownership of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction, they would discover that it was related to German Sparrow. Then, they would be enlightened and feel that they had grasped the truth. They would understand why artificial death was able to come to life and send down a revelation. Based on this guess, Klein deliberately made Don Dantes use a catchphrase of German Sparrow. Patrick Bryan sat on the sofa and thought for a moment. "I'm from Rouen. I once went to East Balham to do business, and because I contracted a disease there, I nearly died. I was saved by members of the Charismatic Order and received the grace of a deity in a ritual, allowing me to survive. Therefore, I secretly changed my faith. My faction has always been slandered by the other members of the Charismatic Order. They believe that we are blasphemous and that we are attempting to create a new death, but that's not the case. We firmly believe that God didn't perish at the end of the fourth epoch. He had only fallen into a deep slumber and needed a special method to awaken him, bit by bit. The facts have proven that we were right. You are the witness. The ancient documents I obtained don't say that. The upper echelons of the Charismatic Order are fully aware that I'm imitating the hidden sage's artificial death. Could it be that the gentleman in front of me isn't a core member of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction, and that he lacks sufficient understanding of the uniqueness? But how can a demigod not be a core member? Even if the numinous episcopate was transformed from the Balaam royal family and the Church of Death back then, with its deep heritage and numerous powerhouses, it's impossible for them to waste a demigod. Even the 7 Orthodox churches can't do such a thing. Klein was extremely puzzled when he heard that. Without batting an eyelid, he asked, "What about the other upper echelons of your faction?" Patrick Bryan said with a look of reverence, "When I joined the Charismatic Order, God had already awakened a little. When I joined the numinous episcopate, God had already awakened a little. This was all thanks to the saints of the past. They had sacrificed themselves in the various rituals. Currently, we have a total of 3 saints and an angel. They are all in East Balaam, and I'm in charge of all matters in Bakeland." That's not right. According to the information provided by Leonard, the members of the Charismatic Order in Bakeland are divided into many teams. They don't know each other, and they only communicate with designated personnel in the southern continent. There's no one in charge at all. Klein's first reaction was that Patrick Bryan was lying, but he immediately eliminated that thought because it was very easy to verify for the blessed in the oracle. He thought for a moment and asked, "What's the angel's name? Where are you now? Did you receive the oracle?" Patrick Bryan said calmly, "That's right. God told me not to tell anyone else, and I can't ask anyone about it. Our leader's name is Hayter. This is both his surname and his given name. He used to be the Archbishop of the Church. He later received the blessing of God and became an angel. He has been working hard to awaken the sleeping God. He was severely corrupted during a certain ritual. He is currently unable to leave his mausoleum, or else he would directly lose control. He is considered my teacher. This demigod that has existed since the Balaam Empire's era is clearly the key figure leading the Artificial Death Project." Klein asked thoughtfully, "What's going on? He and the other 2 demigods are from Balaam, pure-blooded?" "Yes." Patrick Bryan nodded. "I roughly understand what's going on." Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He believed that Patrick Bryan wasn't an ordinary demigod, but a byproduct of the Artificial Death Project. Back then, Hayter and the other members of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction didn't plan on saving a person from Rouen. Instead, they planned on using him as a sacrifice or material for a particular ritual. In the end, an attempt that they weren't confident in had an accident. The uniqueness of death had a basic instinct, or some other changes had occurred. This resulted in Patrick Bryan surviving and establishing a certain connection with the so-called artificial death. His soul and body were tainted with a uniqueness. After witnessing this situation, Hayter and the other members of the upper echelons began to view Patrick Bryan as one of the keys to the success of the Artificial Death Project. They gave him potions, taught him knowledge, instilled in him the faith of death, and created a perfect reason for their actions. As for Bryan, due to his unique state, he rapidly advanced and became a demigod. Of course, no matter how crucial he was still experimental material. Patrick Bryan was never truly treated as a member of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction. Later, he was sent to Bakeland in the Kingdom of Rouen to lead 2 or 3 teams. They cooperated in various rituals in an attempt to further activate the uniqueness. Such a guess matched everything that Klein knew so far. First, Leonard had mentioned that the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death faction had placed their experiments in Bakeland. They planned on destroying the enemy's capital if any accidents happened. Second, many teams had one-way communication with the southern continent. Bakeland didn't have an overall person in charge. Third, the situation of artificial death that Patrick Bryan knew was greatly different from the truth. In other words, those fellows in the southern continent didn't care about Bryan's life or death, nor did they tell him the truth. There was no better explanation for this situation other than him being a byproduct of the artificial death project. Yes, from the looks of it, the goddess's grasp of the uniqueness is still limited. She can only give a revelation to a fanatic who is directly connected to artificial death. She's still unable to influence Hader and the other angels and saints. Klein reined in his thoughts and asked, "What sequence are you currently at?" Patrick Bryan didn't hide anything. "I'm an undying." Chapter 1002. Klein wasn't surprised by Patrick Bryan's answer at all. He nodded slightly and said, "How many lives has this been?" According to what he knew, an undying would die once every 60 years and revive once. They would also forget most of their memories and would need to be slowly recovered in the future, as though they were starting a new life. This was knowledge that came with the Potions Guild, so Patrick Bryan easily understood what the blessed opposite him meant. He deliberated over his words and said, "That's right." He deliberated over his words and said, "I'm not even 50 yet. I've been an undying for less than 10 years. Klein took the opportunity to ask, "When did you convert to my lord?" The Lord here referred to the Lord of the Underworld. Bryan recalled for 2 to 3 seconds and said, "When did you convert to my lord?" The Lord here referred to the Lord of the Underworld. Bryan recalled for 2 to 3 seconds and said, "Back then, I had just celebrated my 30th birthday." He stepped into the mysterious world at the age of 30 and embarked on the Beyonder path. He became a Sequence 4 demigod before the age of 40. This speed isn't a sign of astonishing talent, but it means that he's very likely a blessed. Indeed. His spirit and body were affected by the death pathway's uniqueness during that ritual. As Klein listened and thought, he became more certain of his previous guess. Of course, compared to him going from an ordinary person to a Sequence 4 demigod in a year, Patrick Bryan's advancement speed was nothing worth mentioning. Klein didn't feel that there was anything to be amazed about. This was because he was indeed a blessed, and he had cheats, not just one. The only problem was that he didn't know if the rewards he received from the gifts were enough. After pondering for a moment, Klein asked, "What's your current identity?" "What's your current identity on the surface?" "I'm a businessman. I have 2 garment factories in Bakeland. On the surface, I believe in the Evernight Goddess and am a supporter of the new party." Patrick Bryan introduced. Klein nearly scoffed as he continued asking, "How many charismatic order members do you have under you? How many numinous episcopate members do you have? What are they doing?" Bryan was already prepared as he smoothly answered, 2 teams, 12 Beyonders. 2 teams, 12 Beyonders. Some of them work in my garment factory, while others work in the watch and clock industry. Each of them has an official job. Under normal circumstances, they will carefully spread the faith of God around them. This progress is very slow and it is not the main goal. The total number of believers does not exceed 100. Most of the time, they were collecting clues about the various things left behind by God, as well as the different materials needed for the awakening ritual. Once we have a clue, we will take action accordingly. Once the materials are ready, we will experiment with different awakening rituals to find the most effective one. I will be the host of the operation and also the core element of the ritual. He sounds very proud. Klein asked about other things and received detailed answers. Finally, he thought for a while and said with a serious expression, "Obey God's command. From now on, listen to my orders." Patrick Bryan immediately stood up and bowed solemnly. "Yes, Lord bless." Klein nodded slightly. "First, stop all kinds of rituals and stop gathering materials. God has already awakened and is in the midst of recovery. Don't let noisy voices disturb him." From Klein's point of view, no matter how Bryan and company's awakening ritual changed, it ultimately pointed towards artificial death, which was also the uniqueness of the death pathway. This would make it more active, making it difficult for the goddess to gain further control over it. And regardless of whether Klein was happy to see such a situation happen, since the Evernight goddess had already sent Brian over, he had no choice but to make such arrangements. Patrick Brian didn't have any doubts about what he said. This was because death had indeed awakened, and the essence of awakening itself was to disturb. The Undying thought for a moment and took the initiative to ask, "Your Excellency, what do we need to do next?" Klein smiled approvingly. "Continue searching for clues left behind by God. This will help him recover faster." Having said that, Klein was about to make a second request, but he was worried that there were too few clues and that the members of the charismatic order wouldn't be able to find something to do and cause trouble. In addition, you and your subordinates have to carry out extensive literacy activities in the garment factories and other areas where you are active. Set up night schools or classes to rid the people around you of ignorance and barbarism. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Klein pressed his right hand to his chest and began preaching in an abnormally pious manner. God says, "Only by understanding what you believe can you believe." God says, to those who are lost, one must first strengthen their bodies and arm their minds, because the kingdom, he promises, doesn't have barbarism or ignorance. Patrick Brian didn't doubt Dwayne Dantes' words, nor did he find it odd that these two sentences weren't recorded in the Numinous Episcopate's Holy Bible. This was because he was a blessed of a deity, a representative appointed by a deity. He nodded sincerely. "I will remember God's teachings. May every soul live eternally in God's kingdom." As he spoke, he adopted the prayer posture of the current charismatic order Artificial Death faction. That was, he raised his hands high with his thumbs facing each other and resting them on the center of his forehead. In the corresponding mysticism theory, this was the core of the underworld in every gatekeeper's body. It represented the location of death. Klein returned with the same gesture and words before, saying, "That's right. Secondly, no matter who gave the order from the southern continent, you have to submit it to me first. You can only carry it out after receiving my permission. If I don't agree, you can't do it in private. You can only give feedback according to my instructions." He was worried that High Priest Hader, an angel of the death domain, would still be enthusiastic about the Artificial Death project. From time to time, he would instruct Patrick and the others to make new attempts. At the same time, he had to ensure that before the goddess further grasped the uniqueness of the death pathway, Hader and the other two saints wouldn't notice anything amiss, preventing them from responding violently. Still, Brian had no objections. "Yes, Your Excellency." After instructing the two most important matters, Klein's expression didn't change, but he felt a little more relaxed inwardly. He deliberated and said, "Thirdly, unless I summon you, you are not to come to me. Usual communication is done through a messenger. As you know, many existences in the astral world don't wish to see God awaken." Patrick Brian nodded heavily. "I understand. My messenger's summoning words are spirit that roams the upper realm, absolutely friendly creature, Patrick Brian's contract partner. Indeed, it's impossible for a demigod of the death pathway to not have a messenger. Normally speaking, a sequence 6 of this pathway would have one." Without any hesitation, Klein said unhurriedly, "Remember, my messenger's summoning words are spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled. Remember, my messenger's summoning words are spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs to Gehrman Sparrow. Yes, be it receiving or sending a letter, you need to pay a gold coin to complete the agreement." Klein had deliberately revealed the connection between Gehrman Sparrow and Don Dantes, mainly to see how the other party would react. Gehrman Sparrow. Patrick Brian repeated the name in puzzlement. Then, he came to a realization as he called out in pleasant surprise, "Your Highness, Death Consul?" Thankfully, although he's a byproduct of a ritual and has a fanatical faith, he at least has a normal level of intelligence. He can consciously gather information and complete the analysis of the problem. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, I'm not. He's my teacher. Brian nodded in thought, feeling that he had a clear grasp of the entire matter. Klein could guess what he was thinking, but he ignored it. He crossed his right leg and clasped his hands on his knee. He then asked, What do you know about the other factions of the charismatic order? Patrick Brian sat down again and said, The most powerful faction within the charismatic order is the royal family faction. The most powerful faction within the charismatic order is the royal family faction. With the descendants of God as the core, they have created many organizations. Their leader is currently a descendant of God with a rather thin bloodline. Her name is Shia Palenque Eggers. She might be an angel, or she might be in possession of an important relic of God. She calls herself the Pale Empress. Apart from her, the royal family faction has 5 saints. Some of them are true demigods, while others rely on sealed artifacts. Apart from the royal family faction and us, the other factions are relatively weak. They are mainly the slumber faction and underworld faction. Together, they only have 3 powerhouses whose strength is equivalent to a saint. After Brian finished speaking, Klein nodded indiscernibly and said, That's all for today. If there's anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Yes, Your Excellency. Patrick Brian stood up and bowed before retreating to the door. The door opened silently. There were many figures outside as a cold wind blew. After everything calmed down, Klein looked at the closed wooden door, walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and looked out at the street. At some point in time, a few carriages had appeared there. In front of each carriage hung 2 lanterns. The lantern's light was abnormally pale and suffused with a dark green glow, illuminating the surroundings in a blur. In this blurry scene, nearly transparent figures clustered on both sides and in front of them. They wore illusory clothes that resembled formal gowns, making them appear rather formal. When Patrick Brian descended from midair and returned, the figures prostrated at the same time, respectfully welcoming the demigod and the spirits beside him onto the few carriages that could only be vaguely seen. Then, they escorted the convoy into the distance. The pale light suffused with a dark green glow became fainter and fainter before finally disappearing into the darkness, as though it had never appeared. Klein retracted his gaze and muttered to himself with a slightly heavy expression, although the matter of Patrick Brian receiving the oracle stemmed from the goddess's considerations from various aspects, I have a nagging feeling that the undercurrents in Bakeland, or even the entire world, are becoming more turbulent. I don't know when they will set off the waves. With this in mind, Klein didn't delay any further. He decided to immediately contact Demonis Trissi to confirm that nothing had happened. Chapter 1003. On a moonlit night, in the garden of 160 Buckland Street, a gray rat crawled out of a cave and ran to the bottom of the master bedroom's balcony. A tiny black blob that resembled a paste floated down and was placed on the rat's head in an acrobatic manner. It quickly turned around and ran out of 160 Buckland Street, arriving at the entrance to the nearby sewers. At this moment, the gray rat raised its front half and extended its 2 claws. Its claws suddenly extended in a strange manner as clumps of clearly visible muscles appeared on its front legs. Then, it used its mutated front claws to forcefully move the manhole cover without making a sound. Without stopping, the gray rat burrowed into the sewers and went all the way to the spot where Demonis Trissi was hiding. It dug around in the corner and found a piece of mirror shard in the dirt. After doing all of this, the gray rat threw the black blob on its head to a relatively clean spot and retreated to a corner. It allowed its body to be pulled by an invisible person as it slowly lengthened and widened, turning into a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat. It was none other than Admiral of Blood, who had been active at sea in the past. However, this seigneur's body and clothes were only a thin layer, as though he was a dummy cut out of paper. This rat is still considered fat. Admiral of Blood, who resembled a paper figurine, raised his hand to stroke his chin as the cold wind in the sewers blew at him, nearly making him float up. The person who spoke was none other than Klein. In his master bedroom, he controlled his spirit-body threads and transformed a rat into a marionette. He sent it to the sewers with the ritualistic ingredients in an attempt to contact Demonis Trissy. Senor, whose arms were constantly twisting with the wind, bent down and picked up the black blob. This was an item left behind after Trissy burned a strand of her hair with black flames. It could be used as a communication ritual. Right on the heels of that, he wiped the mirror fragment clean and smeared the ingredients in his hand over it. After completing this step, Klein made his marionette take 2 steps back with the mirror in hand. He then slammed it against the mossy wall like a realistic oil painting. East Borough, in a room with heavy curtains and almost no light. The black and slippery tentacles overlapped and intertwined into an enormous ball. At the tip of these tentacles, there was a black and white eyeball embedded in them. Some of them looked like the heads of venomous snakes. Their mouths were slightly opened and their tongues flicked out. All of them were strangely shaped and horrifying. Suddenly, they either rose up or retracted, and the spheres disintegrated layer by layer. In the center of the ball was a girl who was curled up into a ball. She had an unusually sweet appearance, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Her expression was slightly distorted due to the pain, and it was exceptionally pitiful. The slippery and disgusting tentacles had all retracted and quickly shrunk before finally returning to their original form. Strands of shiny black hair. The expression of the girl with long, silky hair softened. She slowly got up and walked to the side of the bed that had been divided into small pieces. She picked up the nightdress that had fallen to the ground and put it on. Then, she combed her black hair and walked to the full-length mirror. She stretched out her right palm and wiped the surface of the glass. A layer of black flames ignited, silently burning the air before quickly extinguishing without a trace, leaving behind a dark and deep mirror. In the mirror, light and shadows flickered, quickly revealing a dirty and muddy sewer environment. A middle-aged man wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat was leaning against the wall, looking down at the girl who was a great distance away. It was like a famous painting that had come to life. The girl with a round face and slender eyes silently looked at him for 2 seconds before suddenly laughing. As her smile bloomed, the nearly lightless room instantly seemed to brighten up. She then gently moved her lips and said in a teasing tone, "Mr. German Sparrow, is this the craziness and coldness of the strongest adventurer? Or perhaps I actually know a clown?" Klein wasn't surprised that Demonis Trissy could recognize his identity as German Sparrow. After all, he had met her in the form of Admiral of Blood Senor, and this pirate admiral had long become German Sparrow's prey. Back then, Trissy had been hiding in the sewers due to her injuries. Previously, she had been focused on the investigations regarding revenge, so she wasn't aware of the various news at sea. It was rather normal for her not to know what had happened to Admiral of Blood. However, after recovering her health and leaving, if she didn't figure out the latest news regarding her collaborator, it could only be said that she had failed both the assassin and instigator stages. Clearly, Trissy's past actions proved that even though she was bad, there was nothing wrong with her brain. Klein didn't argue. Senor, who was controlling the paper figurine, smiled and simply replied, "That's right. Why can't clowns be crazy and cruel?" Without waiting for Trissy to answer, he asked, "How far have you investigated the captain of the Royal Guards?" Trissy's expression turned gloomy. "It will take at least another month, maybe even 2 months. If you need any help, you can look for me," Klein emphasized again. Trissy scoffed and said, "That's right. In Bakeland, in this game, strength cannot solve all problems. Of course, I never waste an opportunity to make use of others. Mr. German Sparrow, since there's no need to hide my identity, can you give me a more convenient way to contact you? Why do I feel like I'm being asked for my phone number?" Klein thought for a moment and calmly described the steps to summon Miss Messenger. He didn't forget to emphasize that gold coins were an important ritual ingredient. Trissy didn't say anything else as she reached out her right hand again and touched the mirror. The black flames rose and disappeared, and the full-body mirror returned to normal. In the sewers, Admiral of Blood Senor, who was in paper figurine form, buried the mirror fragment back into the ground. Then, he rapidly shrunk his body and transformed back into a gray rat. He rushed deep into the underground world and fed himself to the carnivorous creatures. 160 Buckland Street. Klein drew the curtains and returned to his reclining chair. To be frank, he regretted cooperating with Trissy. He felt that this fellow was burdened with the will of the primordial demoness, and she was willing to disregard everything for the sake of revenge. She was like a mobile bomb, and it was unknown when she would lose control. If Trissy were to mutate, it's very likely that she would create a terrifying disaster. I shouldn't have let her go back then. Klein sighed and began setting up a ritual. He brought the black paste above the gray fog in an attempt to divine Trissy's current whereabouts and her recent condition. 20 to 30 seconds later, he received the result of failure. This made him even more worried. This meant that Trissy had, to a certain extent, become a blessed of the primordial demoness. The next morning, after having breakfast, Klein began instructing butler Walter and his new assistant butler, Richardson, in distributing the gifts he had brought back from the southern continent. They filled an entire suitcase, including Fermo coffee beans, East Balham tobacco, River Valley wine, human bone sculptures, and other specialties. They were to be sent to different neighbors on the street, representing Don Dantes' sincerity. It also announced his return to social occasions. Yes, when you hand this bottle of River Valley wine to Member of Parliament Mocht or his wife, remember to mention that it's suitable for making sour cocktails. It's a perfect partner with lemon juice, Klein exhorted Walter. Every gift had to be given to a particular person. It had to be based on the person's preferences. Of course, the most popular product in the southern continent, Donningsman Hair Tonic, wasn't suitable as a gift, as it was more like a form of mockery. Walter nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. When his employer didn't have any other instructions, Richardson swept the remaining gifts and took the initiative to ask, "Where are they being sent? Where are they being sent?" "These are for the Bursary Foundation's staff. I'll send them myself," Klein said with a smile. He then pointed at the golden amulet in his hand and said, "I missed the birth of Dr. Allen's child. I need to personally pay a visit to express my apologies. I'll head over in the afternoon and give this amulet unique to the southern continent to that child. Of course, Will Septon Series likely won't like it. Compared to this, he would rather have ice cream." After saying that, Klein mumbled inwardly. After the butler and Richardson left one after another, bringing the gifts and the valet to the different neighbors, Klein boarded his carriage and went all the way to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. After getting off the carriage, he walked ahead. Behind him was his valet Enuni, who was carrying a huge pile of gifts. Along the way, he would greet any staff member he encountered and give them a gift. Just like that, Klein went up to the second floor and arrived at one of the director's offices. He bent his finger and gently knocked on the ajar door. "Please come in." Audrey Hall's gentle voice sounded. As a rather senior spectator, she had previously discovered that Mr. Don Dantes had come to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and had been waiting patiently. Klein pushed open the door and entered. He took out a small gift box from his inner pocket and smiled warmly. "I've returned from the southern continent. Yes, the business this time was very successful. I've brought a small gift for everyone, hoping to share my joy." He deliberately mentioned it to indicate that he remembered Miss Justice's request. "Then I can't find a reason to reject it," Audrey said with a faint smile in anticipation. This wasn't to say that she cared what gift Mr. World would give, but that she was curious about what gift Mr. World would give. After receiving the gift box, She tore open the packaging in front of Don Dantes and discovered an accessory with a white feather as its main body and pale yellow patterns. "This is a hat accessory," Klein explained. "People of a certain social status in East Balham like to wear all kinds of white feathers on different parts of their bodies as accessories. Among them, the ones on hats are the most valuable and meaningful. It's said that this comes from the custom of worshipping feathered serpents. Feathered serpents are the symbol of death there." As for the feather that he had gotten a southern continent craftsman to make into a hat accessory, it was a byproduct of the artificial death project. It could be used as a sacrifice. Klein had once obtained 3 of them. One had been used in Byam, and combined with the corresponding copper whistle messenger, he had summoned a monster that had been corrupted and mutated by artificial death. Another feather had been sacrificed to artificial death in the southern continent, allowing him to receive the revelation that Zangwill's evil spirit had possessed him. This was the last feather. As the present artificial death was actually equivalent to the Evernight goddess to a certain extent, Klein, who had been clearly designated as a blessed, no longer needed to perform the ritual like before. He could use other materials to replace the feather. Therefore, he decided to make the remaining feather into a gift and give it to Miss Justice. After all, she was a believer of Evernight. Perhaps she could use this feather to contact artificial death at critical moments. Audrey held the gift and smiled as she quietly listened to Don Dantes's recount. A thought flashed through her mind for no reason. Don't tell me Mr. World really plucked out the feathers of a feathered serpent to make this hat accessory. P.S. I recommend a fantasy book, Demon Hunter Culinary Manual. Introduction. When night falls, there are murmurs in his ears. When the monsters in the shadows begin to stir, Jason's hungry stomach begins to rumble. He can't help but swallow his saliva. Hunger is the best spur. Chapter 1004. The folklore of the southern continent is really different from ours. Audrey looked down at the feather hat in the gift box and praised it sincerely. But it still suits my taste very well. Her last sentence was half sincere and half polite. On the one hand, she did feel that the processed feather looked like a work of art, but on the other hand, she felt that its style was too obvious and extreme. It wasn't something she liked to use as an accessory. This was just like how many people would be interested in items with unique patterns and mysterious patterns when visiting ancient ruins. They would praise them endlessly, but few would buy such items to put at home or use as accessories. When Klein heard that, he smiled and said, "There are actually great differences between the various folklore of the southern continent. The various folklore of the southern continent is actually very different. East and West Balham, the highlands, and the river valleys are almost completely different. Of course, they also have similarities. For example, they revere gold, believing that this metal possesses magical powers." Having said that, he pointed at the feather in Audrey's hand. "Legend has it that those who wear this hat will obtain the protection of a feathered serpent, which is also death." He was hinting at the hidden use of the feather. Audrey, who was already a sequence 6 of the spectator pathway, easily understood the hidden meaning in Mr. World's words. She understood that the hat could receive the response of the so-called death at critical moments and play a certain role. As for how to do it, it was a basic knowledge of mysticism. Audrey had a very solid grasp of it, so there was no need for Mr. Don Dantes to explain it further. She smiled faintly without showing her teeth. "I really like it. I'll place it on my hat at suitable occasions." "That's right. It's really easy to speak to a spectator." Klein returned with a smile and pointed outside the door. "I still have some gifts to give out." "You're the most popular person here today," Audrey replied with a smile, using this tactful method to express her gratitude. At the same time, she felt a little vexed. She was hesitating if she should find an opportunity to inform Mr. World, who had been involved in Quarren's suicide case and was rather interested in it. It's almost Monday. I'll leave it until I'm on the tarot. It'll be easier to communicate when the time comes." Coincidentally, I also want to seek Mr. the Hanging Man and M. Hermit's advice on how to deal with the present situation, especially how to guard against the cues and hypnosis of high-sequence beyonders. After all, I can't pray to Mr. Fool in advance every time to obtain the angel's blessings. On careful thought, that kind of hypnosis is really terrifying. I'll do as I'm told without realizing it. Audrey's thoughts were like boiling water as they bubbled. This made her suspect that many people in Baekeland's high society had been hypnotized and had done things against their true thoughts and wishes. In addition, she also vaguely understood something. Every time her father and mother went to St. Samuel Cathedral to participate in the Mass, the person in charge of presiding over the ritual was definitely the Archbishop of Baekeland. And the person who held this position was definitely a demigod of the Church of Evernight. At times, His Grace would even take the initiative to visit us and chat with us. Is this to prevent such matters from happening? That's why Vin Rambus didn't go overboard with her hypnosis? Audrey watched Dawn Dantes walk out of her office. After closing the door, she sat down again, picked up a fountain pen, and scribbled on a piece of paper. By the time she reined in her thoughts, the piece of white paper in front of her had intertwined circles. There was a pair of cold eyes and a human face with scattered lines. With just a glance, Audrey tensed up. She hurriedly used the friction between her spirituality and matter to ignite the piece of white paper, burning it to ashes. The random scribbling had, to a certain extent, reflected her true emotions and thoughts. And to a qualified psychiatrist, interpreting such drawings was basic. Therefore, Audrey didn't leave any traces behind. After a while, Klein finished delivering the gifts and chatted with the directors for a while. Then, he entered the room meant for a part-time director like him to rest. He found a pen and paper, sat on the sofa, and began writing in thought. Honorable Mr. Aztec, back in the southern continent, Klein had written a letter about how Adam had obtained 0-08 and how he, Leonard, and Daly had successfully avenged in Zangwill. By blowing the copper whistle and summoning a messenger, he sent it to the sleeping Mr. Aztec. Without a doubt, he had yet to receive a reply. As for the mention of Adam and 0-08 in the letter, Klein didn't mind at all. After all, the Angel of Imagination definitely knew of his relationship with Mr. Aztec, and sharing what he had encountered with someone he was familiar with wouldn't result in any intense reactions. This time, the contents of Klein's letter didn't involve the domain of the Beyonder. With a smile and a gentle pen, he shared in detail the situation of the bursary that he had just learned from Audrey and the other trustees. At the end, he said, this is really a meaningful matter. I feel satisfied and delighted. Mr. Aztec, do you think so too? When you wake up, perhaps you can try doing something similar. In the future, every time you revive, you will be able to see the children you helped. When that happens, although you won't remember them, they will definitely remember you. After finishing writing, he put down the fountain pen and carefully read it again. After confirming that there were no problems, he blew the copper whistle and summoned the skeleton messenger to take the letter away. Following that, he left the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet, Enuni, and came to the nearby St. Samuel Cathedral. He silently prayed for 15 minutes in the dark and serene prayer hall. Just like before, Klein came to the donation box and threw a stack of cash into it. It was a total of £80. Taking this opportunity, he found Bishop Electra and chatted with him for a while. He listened to the sermon. This announced the return of Dawn Dantes to religious social circles. As for the gifts, Klein didn't give them in person because he was in the goddess's cathedral. In private, Butler Walter would naturally send the items to the bishop's homes on his behalf. At tea time, Klein left 160 Buckland Street according to his schedule and went to visit Dr. Allen. Richardson had already informed him in the morning and received a reply that it was fine. This time, not only did Klein meet Dr. Allen Series, but he also met his wife, Wilma Gladys, as well as the newborn baby and his elder brother and sister, who were only a few years old. What a pity that I wasn't able to participate. Klein deliberately paused and successfully waited for Werner Gladys to reply with a smile. Will. He reorganized his words and said, "What a pity. I went to East Balham and wasn't able to attend Will's birth banquet. This is a rather popular amulet over there. It can bring good luck to children." As he spoke, he handed the golden accessory in his hand to Dr. Aaron. Alan Series was not a very eloquent person. He did not refuse and took it directly. He nodded and said, he took it and nodded. "Thank you." Following that, he held the rope and hung the golden amulet into the pram beside him. "Do you like it, Will?" The chubby baby wrapped in silver silk raised his arm and swung it, sending the golden amulet flying. He punched out. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a little awkward. Klein chuckled and broke the silence. This is a reaction that all children will have. At this time, the maid brought in a 3-tiered tray with afternoon tea and snacks, which allowed the host and the guest to change the topic, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. As Klein drank the black tea and ate the pastries, he began talking about the unique customs of East and West Balham. It piqued the interest of Alan, his wife, and the other 2 children. They would ask from time to time. During this process, Klein suddenly turned his face to the stroller and asked with a smile, "You don't seem to like my gift?" While he was speaking, Alan and his wife, as well as the other people in the living room, didn't show any signs of abnormality. They were still listening attentively. In the illusion scene created by Klein, the narration did not stop. The fleshy Will Ossepton snorted when he heard that and said in a childish voice, "That's right. What's the point of this gift? Why don't you just give me water? At least it's drinkable." Klein shook his head with a smile and said, "I have news for you. Ouroboros has been injured by someone. He probably won't be able to continue searching for you for a period of time." He didn't dare mention Adam's name and title. He didn't even think about it, afraid that the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order would notice him and discover the whereabouts of Snake of Fate Will Ossepton. As for the description of the Amon brothers, Klein temporarily gave up on it. This was because no one knew if Amon was still in Bakeland. Frequently mentioning the Angel of Time's name might lead to a meeting of fate. However, Klein believed that Will Ossepton would be able to guess who had injured the Angel of Fate. This was because the only ones who were still active in the real world and were of a higher level than Ouroboros were Adam and Amon. The description he used was, someone. This eliminated the possibility of a few angels attacking him or using a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Will Ossepton fell silent for a moment before saying, "I knew it. I knew it. The deviation in your fate is a good thing in the long run." After exchanging the information, Klein was just about to dispel the illusion when he suddenly heard Will Ossepton mutter, I suddenly have a craving for guater. I suddenly feel like drinking guater. It's best to add some ice. This beverage isn't good for children." Klein dispelled the illusion with a serious expression and reached out to pick up one of the cups of ice cream that the maidservant had just delivered. Then, under Alan and Wilma's gazes, he scooped up a piece of ice cream with a silver spoon and teased the child with a smile. "Will, do you want some?" "Do you?" Ma and Wilma immediately chuckled. "Our Will doesn't like to eat this." Just as she said that, Klein stuffed the ice cream in the silver spoon into his mouth. "What?" The child in the pram let out a loud cry. Chapter 1005. After a round of comforting, Alan Series and Wilma Gladys finally calmed the baby down. Phew! The lanky Alan heaved a sigh of relief. He straightened his body, nudged his gold-rimmed glasses, and nodded apologetically at his guest. After a few seconds, he organized his words and said, "Sorry, all children are like that." "Yes," Klein replied with a smile, indicating that he didn't mind at all. Following that, he changed the topic and continued sharing what he had seen and heard in East and West Balham. During this process, He once again used his beyonder powers, causing all the ordinary people in the activity room to fall into an illusion. As for himself, he picked up the ice cream he hadn't finished and exchanged it for a silver spoon. He got up with a smile and walked to the pram. He gently asked, "Will, do you want some?" Without waiting for the chubby fellow wrapped in silver silk to respond, he said with an increasingly gentle voice, "Now that you're born, you should be able to fold paper cranes. This way, I don't have to pay you frequent visits. As you know, it's easy to arouse suspicion." Will Septon Ceres glared at him without giving an answer. Klein didn't back down. He took a piece of rather good paper from the side and placed it in the pram. Then, he leaned down and scooped up some ice cream with a silver spoon. "All the gifts of fate have a price secretly marked, right?" Klein said with a chuckle as he moved the silver spoon in his hand. Will, who was lying in the pram, raised his left hand and wiped his tear-stained face. He mumbled, "To beyonders of the fate pathway, they first pay for the items on the price list before waiting for a gift." With that said, the chubby baby grabbed the piece of paper, and with some difficulty, he folded the paper crane while sobbing. Klein stood in front of the pram, maintaining the stability of the silver spoon as he watched this scene with a smile. A carriage set off from Pinster Street and headed for St. Samuel Cathedral. When passing by the house at 160 Buckland Street, Leonard Mitchell glanced through the window and muttered to himself, "Don Dantes is back as well." He muttered to himself, "Don Dantes is back as well." The slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "Our fates will eventually converge. Old man, after you woke up, you're becoming more and more like a fraud." Leonard couldn't help but mock him. Pallas Zoros chuckled and did not reply. After arriving at St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard was led by a priest into the study of the Archbishop of Bakeland, St. Anthony. Anthony Stevenson wore a black robe with a hint of red. His eyes were deep and his face was beardless. Standing in the shadow created by the cabinet, he looked like an unknown existence watching everything from the depths of the darkness, making people feel fear for no reason. "Your Excellency, why did you summon me?" Although Leonard had expected it, he still did not bow properly. Anthony nodded slightly. "You have already made sufficient contributions. You can apply to become a Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. However, your Soul Assurer potion has yet to be completely digested. Therefore, I've pulled you out of Sostel's team and assigned you some missions." Leonard responded according to procedure. "Just tell me what you want." Anthony picked up a stack of paper from the desk and said, "These are all suspected haunted incidents. Investigate them one by one. Focus on pacifying them and not purifying them. If you need any assistance, you can choose someone from the Nighthawks teams in the areas involved." "Yes, Your Excellency." Even if St. Anthony didn't instruct him, Leonard would have taken the initiative to do such things. Therefore, he had no objections to such an assignment. After receiving the stack of paper, he casually flipped through it. "Your Excellency, what's Captain Sostel's team currently busy with?" Although he had been focused on revenge for the past half a year, making him appear undisciplined and introverted on the inside, preventing him from establishing a deep friendship with the members of the Red Gloves team, they were ultimately teammates who had fought side by side with him. It was inevitable that he would be concerned about them. "They're currently working with Crestet to complete a mission." Anthony Stevenson didn't answer in detail. "So His Excellency Casimir is also here in Bakeland." Leonard didn't ask further as he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "May the goddess bless everyone." "Praise the goddess." Anthony returned the gesture. After exiting the Archbishop's study, Leonard went all the way down. He wanted to find a quiet room and list out the missions he needed to do in order. On the way, as he walked up the stairs, he subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the stained glass window high above. Sunlight shone in from there, making the colorful pattern even more solemn, making the flying dust and tiny flying insects appear clearly. Upon seeing this scene, Leonard suddenly recalled Old Man's description of Ammon. For some reason, he had the illusion that the blasphemer was everywhere in the air. His heart trembled, and then a doubt arose in his mind. He quickly lowered his voice and said, "Old man, I have a question." "What?" Pallas Zoroast asked slowly. Leonard suppressed his voice and said, "Why didn't you live in the flying insect's body? They are smaller and more stealthy. They can easily hide in the church without worrying about being found by Ammon. How long can a flying insect live? Constantly switching hosts is extremely draining on them. This way, not only is there no way to recover bit by bit through parasitism, it will also worsen their condition and shorten their lifespan," Pallas Zoroast said with a scoff. Leonard was enlightened as he pressed, "That's right. Then what about other creatures? Those that can live longer and can sneak into the cathedral without being noticed?" Pallas Zoroast immediately sneered. "From the looks of it, you haven't taken what I said to heart. You will suffer greatly in the future. On the path of the Beyonder, the higher the sequence, the more madness and inclination to lose control accumulated. This is the essence of a characteristic. It can only be suppressed and resisted, but not eliminated. Therefore, for a parasite, choosing a host has to consider this factor. If they parasitize ordinary animals, it's fine if it's short-term behavior, but if it's prolonged, it will definitely be affected by the body's structure and hormones. Everything is mutual, isn't it? A parasite can affect its host, and in turn, the host will affect them. When you are parasitized in an ordinary animal's body, you usually have to find people to talk to. You don't forget your former identity. This way, the risk of exposure is extremely high. And if you don't do so, you will definitely be affected by the host and gradually lose your ability to speak. Your identity will be confused, and you won't know who you are. You will be overwhelmed by madness and inclination to lose control." Leonard was alarmed when he heard that as he nodded slightly. "I understand. It's no wonder you are so strict in choosing a host." "Are you praising yourself?" Pallas Zoroast said. "To us, the most suitable parasitic targets are undoubtedly Beyonders of the same pathway. They will be very synchronized in all aspects. Furthermore, after nurturing them sequence by sequence, we can also make them a supplement to our own Beyonder powers, a special medicine for our own state. We can also make that body our own." Upon hearing Old Man calmly describe such evil and terrifying matters, Leonard frowned slightly as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that Old Man wouldn't do such a thing to him. Pallas Zoroast continued. "The next best choices are Beyonders of the seer and apprentice pathways. Absorbing their powers wouldn't place too much of a burden on a parasite state, allowing for a relatively rapid recovery. The next best choices are Beyonders of other pathways with brains. At the very least, they have good communication skills and know how to cooperate. As for you, hee." Leonard was just about to reply to Old Man when he suddenly saw a bishop walking down the stairs. He hurriedly shut his mouth, pressed down on the handrail, and quickened his pace. 7:30 p.m. 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mock's residence. Dressed in a tailcoat, Klein alighted from the carriage and buttoned his clothes. Under the illumination of the fountain, he entered the foyer and saw Maury Mocked in his olive-green military uniform with an orange-red ribbon and combat medals. His wife, Rihanna, was wearing an off-the-shoulder dress. She smiled at Don Dantes and said, "Welcome, our traveler. Welcome, our traveler. Everyone is waiting for you to share your experiences in East and West Balham." "Then, should I find a newspaper and start a travel column?" Klein replied in a joking manner. Mocked knew very well what business Dwayne Dantes was doing in the southern continent. Furthermore, it was all thanks to his recommendation. Therefore, after exchanging looks with a smile, he took the initiative to go forward and give him a hug. He suppressed his voice and said, "Well done." Klein nodded with a smile and asked, "Did you like the present? Did you like the present?" He was referring to the bottle of River Valley wine that could be used to make sour cocktails. It's great. It's a nostalgic taste, Mock said sincerely. Klein was just about to enter the hall when he noticed something amiss. He casually swept his gaze and asked in puzzlement, with a casual glance, Miss Hazel isn't around? Has she already gone to a women's public school? Ma Emriana sighed and shook her head. No, she's just sick. She doesn't go to public school until September. Caught a cold. Klein expressed the concern a guest should have. Mock smiled in exasperation. No, she was bitten by a crazy rat when she went to a manor in the suburbs a few days ago. The wound hasn't fully healed yet. Hazel was bitten. By a crazy rat. Klein nodded in thought. Did she see a doctor? Yes, was that rat caught? The doctor injected her with medicine to prevent infection, Mock said simply. That rat hasn't been found. Perhaps we need to rear a few cats in the manor. Chapter 1006. After hearing Mock's answer and combining it with what he knew, Klein determined that the rat in the manor in the suburbs was likely the marauder demigod who had previously been by Hazel's side. As for why it had gone mad and bitten Hazel, it was temporarily unknown. He nodded slightly and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. May the goddess bless her. With that said, he walked past his master and entered the hall, waiting for the ball to begin. In a particular bedroom on the 3rd floor, Hazel was sitting in a reclining chair, looking a little dispirited. Her feet were curled up. Her left hand was wrapped in thick bandages, and there wasn't much blood seeping out. Her expression was heavy, without her usual arrogance. In the manor in the suburbs, she had been in a similar state ever since she was bitten by her teacher who had transformed into a rat. She appeared muddle-headed and wasn't lucid enough. It was as though what had been bitten wasn't her mouth, but her soul. To Hazel, although her arrogance stemmed from the education she received from a young age, her talent in learning that exceeded ordinary people, her rather outstanding looks, her upper-class family background, and her way of thinking that was more mature than her peers, such a state of mind was still considered normal before coming into contact with supernatural powers. It didn't make her feel that she was completely different from others, or that she was intrinsically superior to ordinary people. Therefore, the teacher who sustained her arrogance, represented her fortuitous encounters, and symbolized the source of her strength, had suddenly become like a real rat. Not only had his speech become unclear, but he had also bitten her without reason. It dealt her a huge blow, and she couldn't help but wonder if supernatural powers represented something that exceeded mortals or was close to a monster. Amidst her thoughts, Hazel subconsciously tucked a wisp of her long, dark green hair behind her ear as she felt vexed by the melodious music coming from downstairs. At this moment, she heard the creaking sound of the door opening. She turned her head in a rather slow manner. The person who entered was a gray rat with glossy fur. Its eyes were darker than its peers, close to a dark red. "Hazel," the rat said in a deep voice. Hazel was first taken aback before she turned delighted. She hurriedly stood up and blurted out, "Teacher, why you've recovered? Why you've recovered?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw gray rats crawling out from the corners of the bedroom, the balcony entrance, and the bottom of the bed. They all had dark red eyes, but they could only squeak. Hazel was so frightened that she took a step back and tripped over the edge of the reclining chair. Her body swayed and she nearly fell. It took her a great deal of effort to regain her balance. At this time, she discovered that the red-eyed mice had all disappeared, and the door was tightly shut. Everything that had just happened seemed to be her illusion, or a nightmare caused by her worries. After a moment of silence, Hazel pursed her lips and sighed. She sat down again and raised her hands to pinch her temples. As she pinched it, her brows furrowed slightly. Somehow, she felt that she was in a trance and that it wasn't real enough. Hazel's dark brown eyes moved slightly as she pulled out the necklace from her neck and held it in her palm. The necklace's main body was made up of 7 translucent emerald green stones. Embedded around them was a ring of tiny diamonds, and the distance between them was identical. At this moment, one of the stones slowly lit up, emitting an emerald-green glow. It illuminated Hazel's face in an extremely lustrous manner, making strange and mysterious symbols appear in her eyes. All the scenes from before surfaced in the girl's mind once again. They went from a blurry, dreamy state to clear up one after another. As she scrutinized the scenes, Hazel noticed something amiss. She confirmed that she hadn't been dreaming, nor was it a temporary hallucination in her trance. Instead, she had been in an illusion that lasted nearly 10 seconds. Cryptologist. This. Hazel's dark brown eyes widened as she subconsciously muttered a word that was filled with horror. She stood up and looked around in a hurry, but she didn't discover anything. However, the more she did so, the more she panicked. This was because she didn't know what she would encounter next. She didn't know what the person who created the illusion was up to. The only thing she was certain of was that the person's level and strength in the supernatural domain far exceeded hers. This shattered the last bit of pride in her heart. A few minutes later, the entire bedroom remained silent. The melody downstairs was brisk, making one think of lively dance steps. Hazel finally calmed down. She felt that there shouldn't be anything else that would happen. Only then did she have the spare energy and mood to consider why the person in the dark had created the illusion. Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Hazel suddenly had a guess. The person from before was here for my teacher. Through the illusion, he had confirmed my teacher's current state. Is he my teacher's friend or enemy? He must have already gone to look for my teacher. What do I do? He probably doesn't know where my teacher is hiding. No, the neighbors all know that I was bitten by a crazy rat in the manor in the suburbs. Hazel felt flustered as she tightened her grip on the necklace. She couldn't determine if the person from before was good or bad, nor did she know what to do. She wanted to head to the manor in the suburbs to inform her teacher, but she was afraid of encountering danger and becoming a sacrifice. Furthermore, her teacher seemed to have lost most of his ability to communicate. Even if he received a warning, he might not be able to understand the exact meaning. Hazel stood up without realizing it as she paced back and forth in the bedroom. Finally, she made up her mind as she pursed her lips and walked to the door. She said to her personal maidservant outside, "I'm a little tired. I plan on sleeping now. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, miss," the maidservant immediately replied. After closing the door, Hazel began changing into clothes that made it easier for her to move around. Her expression was heavy as she bit her lips. She finally decided to head to the manor in the suburbs to warn her teacher. She didn't wish to become someone who looked arrogant but was actually cowardly, someone who would lose all her principles at the slightest danger. That would only make her look down on her. While the bodyguards were focused on the guests at the ball, Hazel entered the garden through the balcony's water pipe and left 39 Buckland Street. Klein was holding a glass of sparkling wine that had a rather sweet taste. He was discussing the southern continent's business with a few men. He turned his head slightly and glanced at the garden. With his intuition, he had discovered Hazel's actions. Although she's not a girl with a likable character, she still has a conscience. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he praised inwardly. He wasn't worried about Hazel's actions at all. This was because going from North Borough's Buckland Street to the Mocked family's manor in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland would take 3 to 5 hours, even by carriage. And before that, he could find an excuse to leave the ball and directly teleport over to confirm the situation. Although the Mocked family's manor was in the northwestern suburbs, it was on the other side of the Tussock River. Therefore, if he wanted to reach it, he needed to take a detour to a place with a bridge. If it was still fine during the day, he could use the steam subway to head south of the bridge from the bottom of the river. But at night, he could only consider one of the 3 long bridges. It was inevitable that it would take him 5 hours. Of course, as Klein had used Tinder before and had read the information on 2 to 105 blood vessel thief, He had a certain understanding of the Marauder Pathway's powers. Therefore, he suspected that Hazel, who had an item of a higher level, could steal a bird's flight ability and use that short period of time to cross the river. This way, she might only need 3 hours to reach her destination. But regardless, I'm faster than her. Klein retracted his gaze and considered who he should invite to be his dance partner. 10 at night, in the Moose Manor in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland. It originally belonged to a viscount and had a history of more than 100 years. Member of Parliament Mocht had bought it after his marriage, and he would spend a sum of money to renovate it every year so that he could invite his friends over for a vacation during the weekends in autumn and winter. At this moment, the manor steward was arranging for the servants to check the various areas and close the doors and windows. This was something they did before bed every day. After a few maidservants came out of the wine cellar, they headed straight for the kitchen to confirm that all the flames that needed to be extinguished had been extinguished. Just as they arrived, they heard a squeaking sound. When they focused their gazes, they discovered a grayish-white rat gnawing at the leg of a long table. The rat seemed to sense their attention as it didn't run away. Instead, it turned its head and stared at them with slightly reddened eyes. At the same time, more squeaking sounds were heard. On the roof beams, beside the lockers in the storeroom, and beside the stove that was boiling hot water, rats with reddened eyes crawled out one after another. The maidservants jumped in fright and nearly screamed. As members of the lower echelons of society, they were no strangers to rats. They had even killed some in the past, but this was the first time they had encountered so many at once. It left them feeling an intense mental blow. "Let's find Getter. Getter and the rest will handle it," a maidservant suggested in fear as she retreated from the kitchen. Another maidservant nodded immediately. "Miss Hazel was bitten by a crazy rat. This doesn't look normal either." As they spoke, they retreated further and further away from the kitchen. At this moment, a figure quickly outlined itself on the long table in the kitchen. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, a dark formal suit, a half-top hat, and a pair of shiny leather boots. The figure pressed down on his hat and slowly raised his head. He surveyed his surroundings, revealing his black hair, brown eyes, thin face, and sharp features. He was none other than the German Sparrow. After leaving the ball early, Klein returned to Don Dantes' residence, entered his bedroom, and teleported over with Enuni. Of course, the latter had been placed outside the manor so that he could switch locations at any time. As rats entered his sight, Klein tugged at the human-skinned glove on his left hand and cast his gaze at the area where the manor's flowers were planted. Almost at the same time, all the rats in the kitchen jolted as their movements turned sluggish. However, it didn't take long for them to return to normal. They had already become the marionettes of a bizarro sorcerer. As for Klein, the limit of marionettes he could control was 50. Once he finished digesting the potion, there would still be an increase. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1007. When he cast his gaze towards the garden, Klein's mind naturally reflected the scene there. In the dark corner covered by the flowers, one after another, gray-haired rats seemed to be bewitched by the devil. They madly circled around the same place, squeaking as they tried to push their own kind away to enter the core. In the core region, a gray rat about the size of an adult Rouen shorthair lay there. Its eyes were clearly red, as though they were congealed blood. Its tail was rapidly swinging, as though it was trying to use it to vent the frenzy in its heart. And once the normal-sized rats approached, it would extend its claws to press down on them and bite them to death. This resulted in rat corpses piling up around it, but even so, it didn't stop the other rats from surging over. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly had two thoughts. First, his intuition, which had been enhanced by the Grey Fog's powers, was truly a great helper for a bizarro sorcerer in controlling the spirit-body threads. This was because it was fine in an open area, allowing him to determine which spirit-body threads represented the target at a glance. But if he was in a bustling city or a place with many buildings, a bizarro sorcerer who didn't have X-ray vision wouldn't be able to distinguish the different spirit-body threads that were mixed together from a distance. It also made it difficult for him to accurately lock onto the enemy unless the other party's actions were rather unique and different. Of course, a bizarro sorcerer could also ignore the possibility of accidental damage and carry out indiscriminate control. Second, the marauder pathway demigod that parasitized the rat was indeed on the brink of losing control. Not only was its size several times larger than Erode's, but its condition was also extremely unstable. It was filled with a violent and maniacal aura. Thankfully, I came in time. If I had waited a few more weeks, a tragedy might have happened. As this thought flashed through Klein's mind, illusory black threads appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, the distance between him and the mutated rat was less than 50 meters. He could directly control the spirit body threads. And at this moment, the large, sleek rat seemed to sense something as it suddenly stood up and turned its head towards the kitchen. Its dark red eyes flashed, instantly leaving the young man in a black formal suit and silk top hat rooted to the ground. It had stolen the main thoughts of the other party for the next 2 seconds, causing his mind to nearly go blank. Furthermore, it didn't do the corresponding actions like a sequence 5 dream stealer. Right on the heels of that, the rat raised its right front paw in an attempt to steal the enemy's Beyonder powers. At its level, the number of Beyonder powers it could steal on the same target had increased from 1 to 3. It could last for up to 2 hours. Of course, it could only steal 1 power at a time. Right at this moment, the giant rat's mind strangely became sluggish. Its movements of using abilities seemed to be tightly entangled by invisible threads, making it extremely slow. It had gained initial control over its spirit body threads. It had just successfully stolen German Sparrow's thoughts, leaving him in a daze. It was just an illusion created by a bizarro sorcerer. Before officially controlling his spirit body threads, Klein had already swapped places with Enuni. As for marionettes, they didn't have any self-consciousness or thoughts, so they wouldn't be affected by the Beyonder powers of thought-stealing. How could something that didn't exist be stolen? And in order to numb this marauder pathway demigod, Klein had used his illusions that had undergone a qualitative change. He had also deliberately made Enuni, who looked like German Sparrow, do the corresponding actions. At this moment, he was outside Mox Moose Manor. The straight-line distance between him and the giant rat exceeded 500 meters, but this didn't stop him from controlling the other party's spirit body threads. This was because a bizarro sorcerer could bestow his Beyonder powers to a marionette, including controlling spirit body threads to turn a target into a marionette's core method. This also meant that if there weren't any other restrictions, a bizarro sorcerer could use a marionette to increase his control of spirit body threads from 150 meters to infinity. After all, as long as he placed a marionette a kilometer apart, he could rely on the bestowal of Beyonder powers to extend his influence. Of course, there was no such thing as an unrestricted power in this world. On the one hand, Klein's current limit was 50 marionette. He couldn't exceed this number. On the other hand, the only thing a bizarro sorcerer couldn't bestow upon a marionette was the ability to think and self-consciousness. Therefore, the limit of using a marionette to control a marionette was the limit of his own marionette, 1,000 meters. Once this range was exceeded, the marionette that was transformed from a marionette wouldn't be able to do anything. In addition, the essence of a bizarro sorcerer's bestowal of Beyonder powers to a marionette was to separate a maggot that was related to a mythical creature's form, allowing it to enter the marionette's body through the spirit body threads. If he didn't give the same marionette a few in advance, the marionette wouldn't be able to separate the corresponding maggot when it was transformed into a new marionette, allowing the new marionette to be bestowed with its original Beyonder powers. And Klein could only separate 50 at the moment. Any more than that would make his spirit body unable to bear the burden, causing him to suffer from schizophrenia. He wouldn't be able to recover unless he received effective treatment. But even if he received very good treatment, it wasn't guaranteed that he would recover. His inclination towards losing control would only worsen. Therefore, according to Klein's experiments, the limit of his control of spirit body threads was 1000 plus 150 meters. And to completely control a new marionette, it could only be within 1000 meters. At the same time, if the marionette were to die, the maggot's characteristic would return to the main body after a certain period of time, according to the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. If this process was interrupted, it might be lost. Just as the marauder pathway demigod's actions turned sluggish, the rats that had previously been turned into marionettes rushed out of the kitchen around Inuni, who looked like Gehrman's sparrow. They aimed at the garden and opened their mouths, hoping to use air cannons to cleanse the target area. Suddenly, the gigantic rat's eyes lit up with a dark red glow. In the blink of an eye, Gehrman's sparrow appeared in a dark corner of the garden, in the midst of rats that had been bitten to death. As for the marauder pathway demigod, he came to the kitchen and came to a long table with many items placed on it. It had stolen German sparrow's location. Bang, bang, bang. The marionette rat's air cannons shot out without any interruption. At the same time, they struck the area where German sparrow was standing, causing soil to splatter and flowers to fall. Flesh and blood splattered, shocking the servants in the manor's main house. Their bodies trembled violently, unsure of what had happened. All they cared about was hiding in a panic. The entire garden had been plowed by the air cannons, and the soil had thinned to an exaggerated extent. If Klein hadn't focused his shots on that area, the manor's main house definitely wouldn't have been spared. As the dust settled, the rats died without intact corpses, but German sparrow remained standing there without any injuries. Winner and Nooney had released all the good luck he had accumulated at that moment. However, his control over the gigantic rat's spirit body threads had been severed as a result. And there were only so many spirit body threads. The rat marionettes couldn't interfere at all, otherwise it would cause chaos and cancel each other out. Hazel's teacher, the marauder pathway demigod, took the opportunity to regain his freedom of movement. Then, he turned around and raised his right front claw at German Sparrow, instantly stealing his Beyonder powers of controlling spirit body threads. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he could accurately steal the powers he wanted from his target. Typically, he could choose 1 out of 3. The more he understood the target, the higher the chances of success. And this time, his luck was rather good. Of course, if the level of the target was relatively low, and he had a deep understanding of the target's situation, he could steal whatever he wanted. Just as he lowered his right front claw, the marauder pathway demigod raised his left front claw again. The rat marionette's legs went limp as they collapsed to the ground, unable to turn their bodies. This was a large-scale theft. What he stole was the rat's ability to walk. Right on the heels of that, countless strange symbols appeared in the gigantic rat's dark red eyes. It quickly solved the mystery and found the location of Klein's actual body. With a red flash, the marauder pathway demigod instantly appeared in front of Klein with its claws raised. This time, it stole the distance between the two of them. At this moment, the thin and angular young man in the gigantic rat's eyes vanished. In his place was a gray rat, and in the surrounding trees, worms crawled out as they opened their mouths. Bang, bang, bang. Air cannons shot out, blanketing the gigantic rat and the ordinary rat. While Klein controlled the marionettes in Moose Manor, he didn't forget to create new marionettes around him. This was a basic accomplishment of a bizarro sorcerer. Then, he used the seamless exchange of his body and marionette to set up a simple trap. Soil and dust flew high into the air as the gigantic rat that the marauder pathway demigod parasitized was completely drowned. After everything calmed down, a strong smell of blood emanated from the crater. There were pieces of flesh and blood of different shapes everywhere. Dead? Through the eyes of the surrounding marionettes, Klein saw the scene of the explosion. However, he quickly frowned because there were no signs of any Beyonder characteristics seeping out. As his thoughts raced, Klein took out a gold coin and flicked it up with a clang. As the gold coin fell, images appeared in his mind one after another. These were all revelations obtained by the astral projection. Compared to the past, as a demigod, Klein could obtain more information through this simplified divination method. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 1008. The tumbling gold coin landed in Klein's palm, but he didn't look at whether it was heads or tails. This was because a scene had already been fixed in his mind. Trees stood tall in the bushes, and the thin clouds in the sky failed to hide the many stars that adorned the black velvet. The sound of insects chirping spread far and wide in the quiet night, mixed with the commotion caused by the two explosions in Moose Manor. Klein quickly used his knowledge of astrology to roughly determine the corresponding area in this scene. Then, with a flash, he appeared beside Anuni, who looked like German Sparrow, and grabbed his shoulder. During this process, Klein retracted the transparent maggots that he had implanted into the rat and bug puppet marionette. Then, he severed the two-way spirit-body threads connection. In just a second or two, he and Anuni disappeared from the Moose Manor, which was gradually turning chaotic and noisy. They were teleported to the area symbolized by the scene in his mind. This place was the same as the revelation Klein had just received. It was very quiet, to the point where one could even hear the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and bushes. Illusory black threads appeared in Klein's eyes, representing all the creatures with spirituality in the area. There were just too many of them, far more than a few dozen. If Klein wanted to find the corresponding ones and identify the problematic ones, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a short period of time. However, he wasn't in a hurry, because he was at least certain of one thing. As long as the Marauder Pathway demigod didn't have any particularly high-level items on him, the results of his divination should be accurate. After all, after he became a Bizarro sorcerer, not only had his corresponding abilities improved, but the Grey Fog's ability to seep into the real world had also increased. With the two added together, even if he didn't go above the Grey Fog, his divination abilities were definitely considered outstanding among saints. He probably wasn't inferior to Beyonders of the Fate Pathway. As for the Marauder Pathway demigod, he was in a worrisome state. His strength had already dropped to an all-time low. Therefore, Klein believed that the demigod was hiding in the forest with bushes and hadn't escaped any further. For this reason, he believed that waiting patiently was the best solution. The Marauder Pathway demigod was rather weak to begin with. His condition was extremely unstable, and he was on the verge of losing control. After experiencing the intense battle and abandoning the rat's body, his situation would only worsen without any improvement. In such a situation, if he didn't receive any replenishment or recovery, problems would occur sooner or later. Therefore, Klein could afford to wait, but he couldn't. As Klein waited, he quickly transformed his marionette. He also got Anuni to leave the area and hide nearly a kilometer away. At the same time, he was also guarding against his spirit body threads being manipulated. This was because he remembered that the enemy had stolen this Beyonder power from his marionette. Suddenly, he heard a gasp that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Then, a hysterical voice came from a big tree in front of them. "Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me?" With a sharp, resentful voice, the tree's bark quickly peeled off, revealing the wood beneath. And on the wood, holes cracked open one after another as strange insects with 7 or 8 rings drilled out. The transparent parts of these insects had many three-dimensional patterns floating above them, and the rings seemed to have the passage of time. Suddenly, Klein lost all his thoughts. He lost the two beyonder powers of air cannon and paper figurine substitute. He lost his belt, coat, and top hat. For a moment, he was like a human statue. However, this wasn't too serious of a matter for a marionette. After all, he didn't need to think. The powers he lost could be regained by swapping worms. Yes, at the instant he heard the gasp, Klein had swapped places with Inuni. And such a winner didn't need to worry about his pants dropping after losing his belt. Under the influence of his faceless powers, his waist rapidly swelled up and stuck to his pants. The worms, rats, and other new marionettes crawled out from different spots and surrounded the mutating tree. At this moment, a voice with a hint of a smile sounded from somewhere. "Don't be impatient. Don't be angry. Things will be resolved." This voice was filled with convincing power. The tree's mutation suddenly slowed down as the ringed worms that drilled out slowly shrank back. "Is that so?" In the tree with its bark peeling off, the resentful voice returned to its calm state. There was a hint of confusion in it, as though it was about to be convinced. As for Klein, he also felt that the words from before made sense. He couldn't help but reflect on why he had forced a demigod to the point of losing control. He vaguely felt that he had forgotten something and couldn't recall the main reason for his visit. Then, he saw a figure walk in from the bushes and chuckle. "Relax. I have a way to stop you from losing control as long as you do as I say." The figure wore a black trench coat that resembled a robe, paired with black pants and black leather shoes. He had a wide forehead and a thin face. He wore a tall top hat and a unique monocle, making him look extremely refined. Klein's gaze suddenly froze as a word reverberated in his mind like an explosion. Amon. The person in front of him was Blasphemer Amon, Angel of Time Amon, King of Angels Amon, and the Son of the Creator. Although he knew that the other party was only an avatar, Klein didn't think too much about it. He followed his heart's will and used creeping hunger to make his body quickly turn transparent. During this process, Inuni snapped his fingers and ignited the matchstick in his pocket and the fallen leaves in the distance. With flaming jump, he flashed to Klein's side. Klein grabbed him and vanished with him. According to Klein's thoughts, if Amon stopped him, or if Inuni didn't return to his side fast enough, he would directly abandon his marionette and travel far away. In such a situation, exchanging a marionette's death for his own life was extremely worth it. Fortunately, Amon's avatar's attention was mainly focused on the peeling tree and did not do anything to stop it. Or rather, he did not have the time to stop it. After Klein and his marionette vanished, Amon stopped and turned his head to look at where the two of them were standing. As though in thought, he nodded slightly and scoffed. "The High Family's Bizarro Sorcerer." He immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the semi-mutated tree. "A descendant of the Yi family?" Yes, you know my ancestor?" Inside the big tree, the rat demigod from before asked in a tone as if he was drowning and had grabbed onto a floating board. Amon rubbed his chin and nodded indiscernibly. "Of course. They taste pretty good." The descendant of the Jacob family in the tree fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he shouted with fear. "Why, you are Blasphemer Amon!" Inside the holes in the tree, the ringed insects began to crawl out again. However, they quickly turned stiff and froze on the spot. Amon pinched the top and bottom of the monocle and smiled. "It's too late, isn't it? If you had struggled and resisted from the beginning, it might have been of some use, but now... Don't tell me you think I came alone?" As he spoke, the surrounding bushes shook. The leaves on the different trees gently swayed as birds leaped onto the branches, producing crisp sounds. Even the night wind that passed through the vicinity had an indescribable flavor to it. "You..." The Jacob family descendant in the semi-mutated tree stopped the moment he said that. Amon stuffed his hands into the pockets of his trench coat and leisurely smiled. "I heard that your family has split into small families that have no contact with each other. Are you afraid that I'll capture a group of them? Alright, did you establish a secret organization with Zoroast's descendants and other Beyonders of the Marauder pathway, calling yourselves the Hermits of Fate? You should be one of them, right? I'll try to assume your identity and infiltrate that organization to take a look. Heh, it's quite interesting to have Amon participate in a secret organization that prevents Amon from dealing with Amon. Having said that, he glanced at the semi-mutated tree that was beginning to shake violently and continued, "Unfortunately, I've seen your fate. You didn't receive a very good mysticism education, so it's impossible for you to be a member of that organization. You're the only descendant of the Jacob family left? To think that Bakeland came to search for the secret treasure left behind by the Jacob family, only to be heavily injured for some unknown reason and be sealed? Ha, you have traces of parasitizing an ordinary animal, but you haven't spoken to humans for a long period of time. Are you wondering if the secret voice you heard from the knowledge you gained from the potion when you advanced to sequence 4 didn't include such a reminder? Yes, I'll delete it. No. A resentful and venomous voice sounded sharply, filled with indescribable pain. The semi-mutated tree shook even more violently before calming down. Streams of light flew out and surged into Amon's body. Amon took out a piece of silk and took off the monocle. As he wiped it, he mumbled, "How foolish. I said it was too late, and she actually believed me." The greatest weakness of a person who's close to losing control is that they don't have a brain and are easily deceived. As long as I think about it seriously, how can I not understand the problem? If I could quickly finish her off and take away her fate, why would I need to say so much to her? An avatar is ultimately an avatar. By the time Amon put on the monocle again, the streams of light that surged out from the semi-mutated tree had been completely absorbed by him. At this moment, a figure passed by the bushes. It was none other than Hazel, who had changed into her hunting clothes. She seemed to sense something as she subconsciously turned her head to look over and saw Amon. Then, she revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. "Teacher, you've turned around?" "Yes, someone has discovered your problem. It's best you hide somewhere else." Amon listened quietly as the corners of his mouth curled up. "All right." Chapter 1009. Klein didn't directly teleport back to 160 Buckland Street. Instead, he brought Anuni to the sea and found a secluded spot before softly chanting the fool's honorific name. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He beckoned for a paper figurine to fly over. Right on the heels of that, he picked up one of the cards of blasphemy on the long bronze table in front of him and stored it into his body. Suddenly, a dark red robe appeared on Klein's body. It looked as though countless amounts of blood had been stained with rust and smoke. As for his face, it was covered by a dark golden mask. The patterns on it were simple and unadorned, contrasting with the crown embedded with red, blue, and green gems. This was a change brought about by the Red Priest card. After many experiments, Klein had confirmed that a certain characteristic of the Red Priest card was compatible with the Paper Angel's interference of fate. It allowed the powers related to the mysterious space above the gray fog to be more fully unleashed. Therefore, he had chosen it instead of the Dark Emperor card or the Tyrant card. After completing the preparations, Klein, who had transformed into the Red Priest, picked up the paper figurine and, with a shake of his hand, fused it with the surging gray fog and threw it towards the layers of halos that were produced from his prayers. The paper figurine rapidly expanded and transformed into an angel that bathed in golden light. Pure flames interweaved behind it, transforming into 12 pairs of wings. This war angel then followed the secret connection produced by the prayers and descended into the world. It used the flaming wings to envelop Klein and Anuni. After busying himself with all of this, Klein relaxed a little. He put down the Red Priest card and returned to the real world. He first searched for food for creeping hunger before returning to 160 Buckland Street with Anuni. One of them returned to Don Dantes' appearance, while the other became a mixed-blood youth. After tidying his hair, Klein walked to the balcony of his master bedroom and glanced at the distant mocked residence. He discovered that the lights were still brightly lit. It was obvious that the ball hadn't truly ended. Usually, this would continue until the wee hours of the morning. Of course, they were allowed to leave midway. After all, most of the people who were willing to dance until late at night were young people. Phew. Amon sure is terrifying. Just a battle that involves a marauder pathway demigod is enough to attract his attention, even if one is in the city and the other is in the suburbs. At his level, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence should be corporeal, right? Well, I can't rule out the possibility that the demigod is about to lose control and mutated, which is why Amon sensed it. Klein couldn't help but recall what had happened just now. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would find the thin and gentle young man wearing a monocle sitting on the reclining chair in his bedroom, slowly sipping a glass of red wine. He was glad that he had already become a demigod. He could converge the gray fog's aura and prevent beyonders of special pathways from detecting him. Otherwise, with the interest that Amon had previously shown, his focus would definitely be on German Sparrow and not the marauder pathway demigod. If that were the case, he might not have been able to teleport away so smoothly. As Amon was most likely only an avatar in Bakeland, Klein still had a certain level of confidence in the Paper Angel's interference. He believed that the King of Angels wouldn't be able to follow the traces all the way to 160 Buckland Street and lock onto Don Dante's. However, this still didn't make him feel at ease. This was because the marauder pathway demigod was also implicated in Buckland Street. He encountered Admiral of Blood here and was forced by the hidden demigod to detonate the explosives and parasitize a rat's body. He received a warning from the mirror here and learned that there was a marauder pathway angel in dire need of replenishment nearby. He knew that blasphemer Amon was on his way here. He was struck by lightning here because he refused to answer the mirror's question and was transferred to Moose Manor. In addition, the target he attempted to parasitize, the student on the surface, Hazel, was affected by a powerful illusion tonight and exposed her condition. With so many things added together, Amon might very well come to take a look. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that this place wasn't safe. From his point of view, just the warning of a marauder pathway angel in dire need of replenishment was worth it for Amon to reside in Buckland Street for a period of time. Of course, there was an extremely small chance that the marauder pathway demigod had escaped and nothing was leaked. However, Klein believed that it was nearly impossible. After all, he had the confidence to deal with the matter back then, much less Amon, who had a certain level of control over the marauder pathway. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have been wary of the grandpa in Leonard's body. If I wasn't worried that he would cause harm to Leonard after his further recovery, I would have definitely resolved the matter quickly and wouldn't have attracted him on. What should I do next? Regardless, I have to do something. Otherwise, not only will I lose my identity as Don Dante's, I might even implicate Leonard on Pinster Street and the ordinary people on Buckland Street. Who knows if Amon will suddenly parasitize them? Klein's thoughts raced as his expression turned heavy. He seriously considered how to eliminate Amon's avatars. His first thought was to contact Leonard and plan a cleanup plan with the grandpa in him, Pallas Zoroast. With this marauder angel's understanding of the pathway and Amon, it was likely that they would be able to come up with a good solution. Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and prepared to write a letter, but the fountain pen in his hand paused after a few strokes. He felt that it wasn't confidential enough. This was because a detailed discussion might affect fate, allowing Amon to detect it ahead of time. A more reliable method is to pull Leonard above the gray fog and relay the matter to him. Then, I'll use him as a relay to discuss it with Pallas Zoroast. Apart from this, what else can I do? Report it to the church and get them to do a comprehensive antivirus on Bakeland? Klein put down his fountain pen and muttered silently as he considered other plans. He quickly gave up on the idea of reporting it. This was because Leonard hadn't done so the last time. With the understanding of the grandpa in him of blasphemer Amon, it meant that this method was either ineffective or had a huge flaw. It was very likely that it would affect him instead. I should first ask Leonard and grasp the exact situation before making a decision. Klein quickly made a decision. He temporarily suppressed the urge to draw a symbol to ask a Rhodes and use a paper crane to contact Snake of Fate Will Ausepton. After dismissing Enuni, he entered the master bedroom's bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the gray fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein conjured the world's German sparrow and made the fake person pray piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Leonard Mitchell that I've discovered new traces of blasphemer Amon. I hope that he can come to your country as soon as possible to discuss the subsequent response. The exact time will be determined by him. After transforming the contents of the prayer into light and shadow and throwing it into the crimson star representing Leonard, Klein added as the fool, "That's right. That's right. There's no need to hide it from Pallas Zoroast." In the outskirts of Northborough, in a sparse forest, Leonard reached out his right hand and pressed down on a transparent, blurry wolf figure. The wolf whimpered as the burning light in its eyes gradually dissipated, returning to normal. Its figure faded and dissipated, vanishing into the wind. However, it no longer had the violent and bloodthirsty feeling. It was peaceful and calm. In the northern continent, after the Pale Era, the 7 Orthodox churches and the royal families of the various countries had been strictly enforcing the law of burial in cemeteries. There were very few ghosts that were transformed from humans. They basically only existed in slums where deaths were difficult to be discovered in time, or in rivers, lakes, and seas where drowned people couldn't be quickly fished out. However, the source of the undead wasn't only humans. All sorts of wild animals and spiritual creatures could also become ghosts when the conditions were met, and it was impossible for them to seek repose in human cemeteries. This resulted in the phenomenon of hauntings in the wilderness. Just as he appeased the wolf's ghost, an endless grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Leonard. His ears immediately echoed with the world's German sparrow's prayer. Blasphemer Amon's new whereabouts. He is still in Bakeland. Leonard's eyelids twitched as he tensed up. As Mr. Fool had instructed him, he didn't hesitate to suppress his voice. "Old man, did you see that? Did you hear it?" Pallas Zoroast's slightly aged voice sounded. "No. Although I sensed something abnormal, I didn't see or hear anything. Unless you allow me to parasitize you at a deeper level and directly gain control of your astral projection." "Do you think I'm a fool?" From the looks of it, Mr. Fool's response is realized through an astral projection. Leonard thought for a moment and deliberated over his word. "Old man, Klein told me something through Mr. Fool. He said that he has discovered new traces of Amon and wants me to head to Mr. Fool's kingdom to discuss this matter. Do you have any suggestions?" Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds before letting out a long sigh. "If he wishes to deal with Amon's avatar in Bakeland, tell him that unless he has the protection of concealment, you know the consequences." Old man took the initiative to say this and gave a precondition. "Does it mean that he is willing to cooperate if he really has the protection of concealment?" Leonard's heart stirred as he immediately found a dark corner and prayed to the world Klein that he could do it now. As for the danger of losing control of his body in the suburbs, Leonard wasn't worried. This was because he still had a marauder pathway angel in him. Before long, a crimson tide surged out and drowned him. Chapter 10:10. Above the endless grayish-white fog in the majestic palace. Just as Leonard Mitchell's figure appeared beside the long bronze table, he subconsciously stood up, wanting to bow to Mr. Fool. However, when he swept his gaze, he realized that the seat was empty. No one was sitting there. Mr. Fool isn't usually here? A thought flashed through Leonard's mind as he cast his gaze to the bottom of the long mottled table. The world sat there silently, as though it was mixed with the gray fog, blurry and indistinct. It's just the two of us. There's no need to deliberately use the image of German Sparrow. As Leonard sat down again, he casually said to the world. After discovering that Mr. Fool wasn't around, he instantly became extremely relaxed. He wasn't as reserved as he was when he participated in the tarot. He was just short of crossing his legs and placing them on the table. It's a habit, Klein replied simply. Leonard nodded in thought. I heard that the German Sparrow's image at sea is cold, reserved, refined, and polite. Your present performance matches this description very well. However, Klein, you weren't like this in the past. You have to remember that you're only acting. You can't be affected by your identity as the German Sparrow. Hey, I pulled you up here to talk about Amon, not to have a chat. Are you that indifferent to your grandpa's matters? Klein was indeed used to using the image of the world in such situations, but after hearing Leonard's words, he was embarrassed to change back to his original appearance. He tersely acknowledged and said, Was only acting taught to you by Pallas Zoroast? Yes, Leonard answered frankly. This grandpa doesn't seem too bad. He even told Leonard such critical and important information. Compared to him, the rat demigod from before really harbored ill intentions. He didn't teach Hazel any common knowledge. Even if he did teach her, there was a certain degree of distortion. Heh, no matter how wild a beyonder is, how can one not know anything at the demigod level? Even a half-mad sea serpent like Cavituous knows how to respond to the ritual and how to ask for offerings. He might even bestow some theurgy. Klein formed an image of Pallas Zoroast in his mind. However, he did not make a judgment. After all, fishing would also prepare some bait, and a single incident could not prove too much. When he saw that Klein was silent, Leonard ended the small talk and got down to business. Where did you discover new traces of blasphemer, Amon? Klein went straight to the point. I was pursuing a marauder pathway demigod who was on the verge of losing control, but I ended up encountering Amon in the outskirts of Bakeland. All I could do was use Mr. Fool's powers to escape. Amon's avatar is indeed still in Bakeland. Leonard sighed. Following that, he asked curiously and in a rather lackadaisical manner, Why are you pursuing that marauder pathway demigod who is on the verge of losing control? After asking the question, he came to a realization and quickly added, If it involves one of Mr. Fool's plans, pretend I didn't ask. Why? Isn't it the responsibility of the Nighthawks to deal with beyonders who are close to losing control or have already lost control? Hearing Leonard's question, Klein sighed. He recalled his experience in Tingen City. In that short span of 2 months, he had dealt with several similar matters, including the Church of the Storm's mandated punishers turning into monsters, Hood Eugen losing control, and Old Neil being corrupted by the hidden sage. Although the total number wasn't much, it had left a deep impression on him. It had engraved certain rules of conduct into his bones. Therefore, based on what he knew from the past, he analyzed that the marauder pathway demigod was close to losing control from the news of the rats biting crazily. Without any hesitation, he immediately used an illusion downstairs and obtained confirmation from Hazel. Then, without waiting or thinking of preparing for another day or two, he went above the gray fog to do a divination. After coming up with a rough plan, he took action. To him, such matters were like fighting a fire. In addition, Klein had long wanted to eliminate the marauder pathway demigod. This was because the malicious intent he had shown towards Hazel was too obvious. Furthermore, he had tried to lure Miss Magicians to a treasure trove on the surface, which was a trap in reality. If not for the fact that he wasn't at a sufficient level back then and that he was afraid of causing unnecessary accidents, he would have taken action. Because of this, after confirming the Marauder Pathway demigod's condition, he followed his original plan and began eliminating him. His first goal was to lure the enemy out of Moose Manor to prevent the incomplete mythical creature form that the enemy revealed before its death from affecting ordinary people. The outcome wasn't bad. With himself as bait, he achieved his goal. However, the volley of air cannon failed to end the battle. It allowed the Marauder Pathway demigod to escape into the bushes and parasitize a tree. Originally, Klein had a second plan. He had even prepared a remedial measure if he failed to purify the target, but to his surprise, Amon's sudden appearance forced him to stop all his plans and flee without any hesitation. Klein's remedial measure was to get a marionette to leave the battlefield and write a letter to the Charismatic Order's experimental demigod, Patrick Bryan, to help. This undying likely possessed a certain level of ability to traverse the spirit world. If there were any accidents, he could summon Miss Messenger and settle the matter first. As his memories surfaced, Klein responded to Leonard's question with a sigh. Secret. He paused for a second and took the initiative to ask, "Why didn't you find an opportunity to inform the Church of Evernight of Amon's avatar coming to Bakeland?" Leonard hurriedly explained, briefly describing how, if Amon's true body were to arrive, a deity would descend. Amon can see the corresponding changes in fate through the death of an avatar. From there, he can find the source of the disturbance and grasp the general range of activity of the mastermind. Amon's style is to surround an avatar on the surface and hide more than 10, dozens, or even 100 avatars. Amon's avatars can parasitize all kinds of creatures with spirituality. If one isn't a demigod, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Finally, Leonard told Klein in detail about the example of Old Man's stealing of fate. This sent a chill down Klein's spine. He was thankful that he hadn't rashly dealt with Amon the last time. Otherwise, Mr. Fool might have already been replaced. It's no wonder Leonard didn't report it previously. So Amon had appeared so brazenly because he was fishing. Furthermore, there are even more avatars hiding in the dark. Furthermore, he can parasitize tiny creatures in the air. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. The creatures I can control at present can't reach such a level. The smaller they are, the less obvious the spirit body threads are. It's rather unique. Sigh. I can't use the Church's powers unless there's someone who's perfectly fine in every aspect to report this matter. Klein felt a sense of regret as he gained a clearer understanding of Amon's horror. From his point of view, Leonard was a good candidate to report to the Church of Evernight, but with Pallas Zoroast parasitizing him, he didn't dare expose his existence to Amon's gaze. In addition, the hanging man could also bear the responsibility, but he wasn't able to provide a source of information that could convince Amon. This meant that there was a problem that needed to be investigated in depth. One choice after another flashed through Klein's mind. Finally, it was fixed on himself, on the two identities of Klein Moretti and German Sparrow. As a blessed of Evernight, it's very reasonable for me to inform the Church of Amon's appearance in Bakeland. Amon can't find fault with it. And as a bizarro sorcerer who fought the Marauder Pathway demigod tonight and saw Amon with his own eyes, it's very normal for him to know that this Angel of Time's avatar has arrived in Bakeland. It wouldn't arouse Amon's suspicion. At the same time, as a blessed of Evernight, Amon, who had only lost a few avatars, likely wouldn't seek revenge. After all, what awaits him is a trap, a divine descent. It feels great to have a backer. However, all the gifts of fate will have a price tag secretly. Klein quickly gained a preliminary understanding of the matter. Then, he habitually changed his position and began considering what had happened from Amon's point of view. Amon is definitely no stranger to bizarro sorcerers. Just from controlling marionettes and swapping positions, he can determine my pathway. Since Amon allowed a bizarro sorcerer to escape, he must have been prepared to expose his whereabouts. He might even hope to attract the target he's looking for. I used German Sparrow's appearance, but that doesn't mean anything. A faceless appearance is the least important. Then, how will Amon determine my identity? A powerhouse that walks in the darkness, a demigod of the seer pathway. As the Church of Evernight and the Secret Order have control over formulas, ingredients, and mermaids, there are almost no wild bizarro sorcerers. The descendants of the Antigonus family are also dead. Therefore, a bizarro sorcerer is either a member of the Secret Order or a secret agent that the Church of Evernight secretly nurtures. Together with the location of Bakeland, the answer is obvious based on these reasons. It's not difficult for Amon to come to the conclusion that the Church of Evernight is about to learn of his whereabouts and begin a purge operation. My reporting was within his expectations. It would be abnormal if he didn't. Yes, he will definitely be hiding now. Even if he takes on the identity of that Marauder Pathway demigod, he won't come to Buckland Street anytime soon. Klein, who had made this judgment, felt much more at ease because he would have sufficient time to prepare. Seeing that Klein was silent for a long time after listening to his description, Leonard couldn't help but ask, "What do you think?" Klein collected his thoughts and asked instead of answering, "Pallas Zoroast, what do you suggest?" He said that if you wish to deal with Amon's avatar in Bakeland, you need to first obtain the blessings of concealment, Leonard said truthfully. The blessings of concealment. Pallas Zoroast is openly probing me. Half of the symbol behind the Fool's Throne is a secret. I can use the paper angel, the red priest card, and the mysterious space above the gray fog to stir. It shouldn't be a problem to interfere with Amon's avatar, but it might not be possible to prevent his true body from prying into fate. However, I still have the identity of Evernight's Blessed, and the goddess's other title is the Mother of Concealment. Is eliminating Amon's avatar a form of payment or a gift? It feels like both. Klein thought and replied in a deep voice, "Tell Pallas Zoroast that I'm a blessed of concealment. Tell Pallas Zoroast that I'm the blessed of concealment. I will try to ask for help." He was referring to the blessed of the Mother of Concealment, but Pallas Zoroast would definitely understand it as the Fool's Blessed. Chapter 10-11. Mr. Fool also has the authority of concealment. Leonard was enlightened as he understood why Old Man had specially mentioned the blessings of concealment. Without waiting for his response, Klein added, "That's right. In addition, tell Pallas Zoroast that Amon might very well know that there's a Marauder Pathway angel around Buckland Street." This. Leonard's pupils dilated as he blurted out, "That's right. How did he know?" "It's not convenient for me to tell you that." Klein mumbled inwardly before saying in a rather serious tone, "That's right. I'm not Amon." "You deduced it from some of his actions and words?" Leonard subconsciously asked in return. "No, I was the one who told him." Klein chuckled as an answer. "As expected." Leonard nodded to himself. "No problem, I will tell the old man." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Are you waiting for him to give you a specific plan?" Klein hummed in acknowledgement. In terms of Amon's understanding of the Marauder Pathway, few existences are better than him. Having said that, he calmly added after deducing that Amon wouldn't be coming to Buckland Street for some time. "There's no rush to respond. Give me your feedback at the tarot gathering tomorrow. It seems that the matter isn't too urgent." Leonard interpreted the most important information from Klein's words and nodded slightly. "All right, we'll discuss the details at the tarot gathering tomorrow." After settling this matter, Klein immediately stood up and bowed towards the door of light. "Mr. Fool, we're done." Leonard had just stood up, but before he could do anything, his vision was blurred by the soaring crimson starlight. When he woke up, he had already returned to the sparse forest on the outskirts of the northern district. "Is there anything you wish to pass on to me?" Pallas Zoroast's slightly aged voice sounded. Leonard cleared his throat. "Klein told me that he is a favored of concealment, so I can try to ask for help." "Blessed of concealment, indeed." Pallas sighed. Tell him that as long as he can really pray for the blessings of concealment, I'm willing to provide help in dealing with Amon and finding all of his avatars hidden in Bakeland. Leonard was not surprised by this answer. Old man, you're not as weak as you said. Pallas Zoroast chuckled without any hint of anger. Didn't you read Roselle's quotations? I remember there's a saying, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. It depends on the breed of horse and camel, Leonard retorted out of habit. Then he asked, Old man, how should we deal with Amon? Are you going to use yourself as bait? Cough. That way, I'll be facing Amon's main body and not his avatar. At that time, it'll most likely trigger a divine battle. I'll still have a chance to escape, but you might not even be able to return to the tenebrous heaven of Evernight. Leonard could only reply with an awkward smile. Pallas Zoroast continued. Unlike the similar powers of other pathways, Amon's avatars can rapidly strengthen themselves by absorbing the Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway. They can split into more worms of time and parasitize different creatures. As long as there are enough Beyonder characteristics, this process can continue. Isn't this like a plague infection? Leonard felt a chill down his spine. If he had enough Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway, Amon's avatar could go from parasitizing a single person to parasitizing everyone in the city. Something like that. Pallas Zoroast confirmed Leonard's guess and sighed. To deal with Amon, we can only start from this aspect. We can use the Marauder pathway's demigod-level Beyonder characteristics to fish him out. As long as we can successfully finish off one of his avatars, there's a way to track down and eliminate the rest. However, Amon is a master of deception. We have to be careful, otherwise it might seem like we're fishing for him, but in fact, he is fishing for you. In this matter, secrecy is of utmost importance. I understand. Leonard exhaled softly and asked, How powerful can Amon's avatar be? Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds as though he was recalling something. Then, he said, in theory, his strongest avatar can reach the level of a sequence 1, but it's almost impossible for him to do so. This will make his mental state unstable and cause him to lose control. Typically, one of his avatars is a worm of time. In the beginning, it has the strength of a weak sequence 4, but it has the qualities of an angel, such as shattering Beyonder characteristics. After fully absorbing the Marauder pathway's Beyonder characteristics, such an avatar can reach the level of a sequence 2. However, Amon rarely does so. His avatar will automatically split to create more avatars. Furthermore, based on Bakeland's actual situation, it's very difficult for him to gather the Beyonder characteristics to allow his avatar to grow to sequence 2. Leonard thought carefully and said, Therefore, we will be facing a bunch of Amons. Among them, most of them have the strength of a weak sequence 4. A small number of them have the strength of a normal sequence 4, and a few of them can reach sequence 3? With Amon's style, that should be the case. However, you have to remember that Amon is good at deception, Pallas Zoroast reminded. In addition, based on the time it took for Amon's avatar to arrive in Bakeland, the number of Marauder pathway Beyonder characteristics he gathered wouldn't be too many. After all, this is Bakeland. Also, if the situation isn't right, his avatars will use the strongest one as the core and take the initiative to gather together, allowing his essence to rise. The most important thing to deal with Amon is to not let the matter develop to this stage. Otherwise, even an angel in the domain of concealment wouldn't be able to stop Amon from escaping. How difficult to deal with. And this is just an avatar that was randomly thrown out to develop freely. As expected of a king of angels. After sighing, Leonard suddenly recalled Klein's warning. He hurriedly said, Amon seems to have locked onto a demigod of the Marauder pathway. Klein encountered Amon while tracking the latter. Also, Amon seems to know that there's a Marauder pathway angel hiding around Baklund Street. Pallas Zoroast fell silent again, and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, just as Leonard couldn't help but urge him, he exhaled. "Why is your ex-colleague in the same trouble as you?" "What?" Leonard was confused. Pallas Zoroast said angrily, "That's right. Amon knows that there's a marauder pathway angel hidden around Buckland Street. It's likely related to him." "Old man, why you used your ability to decrypt it?" Leonard asked in surprise. Pallas snorted. "I use my brain. Otherwise, why do you think it has the prefix Buckland Street?" "That's right. Anything related to Buckland Street has to do with Don Dantes. Could it be Klein's fault again?" Leonard came to a realization. At this moment Pallas exhaled. "Thankfully, he only said it's an angel and didn't mention my name. Otherwise, my suggestion would be to leave Bakeland as soon as possible. Tell him that there are two solutions. First, gather a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Marauder Pathway, or find a demigod of the Marauder Pathway to design a trap. This entire process has to be under the protection of concealment. Furthermore, it has to be natural, reasonable, and normal. There's nothing suspicious about it. Second, wait for Amon to enter Buckland Street himself. He might very well use a mixture of assuming someone's identity and infiltrating through the air. Therefore, your ex-colleague has to be able to see through the grafting of fate or detect the abnormalities of microscopic creatures. Otherwise, no matter how he plans, he will only be delivering food to Amon." Leonard's eyelids twitched as he nodded solemnly. "I'll discuss these matters with him tomorrow afternoon." "Okay." Pallas Zoroast sighed again. "Also, if all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland can be wiped out, most of the remaining worms of time will belong to me. Is this some kind of supplement?" No wonder the old man wanted to take the risk. Leonard asked in realization, "Those worms of time contain beyonder characteristics of the Marauder Pathway?" "It's like that in my hands, but it might not be the same for others. The worms of time left behind by Amon's avatars do contain sufficient beyonder characteristics in the beginning, but they will quickly drain and return to the main body. One needs the corresponding powers to prevent such a phenomenon from happening." Leonard nodded his head, then asked in confusion, "Then why is the luck siphon charm created by a worm of time so powerful?" Pallas scoffed. "Have you forgotten the nature of talismans? In essence, it's to pray for strength from a high-level existence. Then, it uses materials and corresponding symbols to stabilize the strength obtained. The role of a worm of time is to act as a unique material. As long as one's level is high enough, their intrinsic qualities are compatible, and their spirituality is sufficient, they can satisfy the requirements. So, the power of the Fate Siphon charm actually comes from Mr. Fool?" Leonard asked in thought. Pallas Zoroast chuckled and said, "That's right. You can also try praying to Amon and use his powers to create the Fate Siphon charm. Also, the uniqueness of the material will also affect the effects of the final charm. In other words, different special materials can trigger different types of power. Charms are a very profound and complicated field of study. It's not something that can be completely grasped after learning a little. You have to put in some effort." Leonard immediately felt a little ashamed. On Monday afternoon, after using the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to observe Hazel's family and confirm that there were no problems, Klein patiently waited for the tarot gathering to begin. Dark red beams of light shot up in the ancient palace before calming down. Audrey didn't pause as she stood up and bowed at the end of the long, mottled table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Chapter 10-12. After bowing and taking their seats, Audrey's gaze swept across the 3 cards of blasphemy placed to Mr. Fool's right. She suddenly realized that she had forgotten to request for Roselle's diary entries from the psychological alchemy. "They're all vexed over Vin Rambise's matter." Audrey, who had already adjusted her state of mind, suddenly felt a little gloomier. At this moment, Katlia was already facing the end of the long, mottled table. She lowered her head and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, I still haven't received Roselle's diary entries this week. Queen Mystic hasn't provided the Emperor's diary entries for 2 weeks in a row. Did something happen? Leisurely sitting in his high-backed chair, the fool Klein couldn't help but make a bad guess while feeling puzzled. However, he quickly rejected this possibility because Hermit wasn't anxious or worried at all. With the nestling complex that Admiral of Stars displayed in the dream at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, she definitely wouldn't be this calm if Queen Mystic hadn't replied for 2 weeks in a row. She might even be prepared to seek help from the fool. That also means that she has received a reply from Bernadette in the past 2 weeks, but it doesn't contain Roselle's diary entries. The fool Klein nodded slightly and calmly replied to Katlia, "There's no rush." After saying that, his mind raced as he analyzed Queen Mystic's motives for doing so. First, Klein eliminated the possibility that she didn't have Roselle's diary entries. Based on the frequency at which the Emperor took notes in the later stages of his life, he deduced that all the diary entries added up to more than 10. Even if Bernadette didn't have a third of it, she could definitely gather 1 or 2. And the diary entries she had previously provided were only a small portion of it, a relatively crucial portion. Secondly, Klein didn't believe that Queen Mystic had figured out the entire truth from his answers. Moreover, he was also sure that it was impossible for the other party to grasp the simplified Chinese interpretation from the small amount of feedback. After all, he had never given a detailed translation and only gave a vague answer. Combining these 3 points, he suspected that the portion of the diary that Bernadette was about to provide was even more important and crucial. It pointed to a particular secret or something very special, making him unsure if he should seek the answer. That was why this Queen Mystic was hesitating. That should be the case. I wonder what the Emperor will write, and how Bernadette will determine the value. I'll remember to get Hermit to pass on the request for a meeting later. While the fool Klein was in thought, the hanging man Alger had already turned his head to look at Leonard. "I'm sorry, but there's no news of a mystical item that meets your requirements." "That's very normal. Correspondingly, Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 mystical items are rare to begin with." Leonard nodded in understanding. He was originally sitting straight, but when he realized that the moon, the magicians, and the other members weren't too reserved, he secretly relaxed the pressure on his back. Upon seeing this, Klein controlled the world German sparrow and made him say in a hoarse voice, "I have a mystical item that meets your requirements in every aspect. I have a mystical item that meets your requirements in every aspect. However, it has many negative effects that are difficult to avoid. Do you want to consider it?" He was referring to the word of the sea scepter. Klein had never planned on selling this item that needed to be sealed to Leonard, because he felt that the poet wouldn't be able to withstand the negative effects of the word of the sea. The singing that didn't differentiate between friend and foe, the characteristic of tripping and whipping the wielder, and the weakness of being easily struck by lightning weren't easy to avoid. Only by educating the word of the sea above the grey fog, and mainly letting Winner and Uni use it, would he be unaffected. He could even turn the disadvantages into a boon. However, thinking of how Leonard had a Sequence 1 Marauder pathway angel parasitizing him, Klein felt that it wasn't impossible for him to resolve it. Therefore, he ultimately decided to ask, "Tell me about it." Leonard believed that Klein wouldn't harm him, so he expressed his willingness to understand the specific situation. The world's German sparrow glanced at the hanging man before slowly saying, "Can release lightning at the target." He roughly described the beyonder powers and negative effects of Word of the Sea, leaving Leonard feeling tempted and frowning. "It can actually be used as a wand to fly me. Even if I become a Sequence 5 spirit warlock, I'll still need to find a suitable spirit to fly. Furthermore, its attack power isn't weak, and its characteristics aren't singular. However, those 3 negative effects are terrifying. I'll ask Old Man if he has any means to reduce the negative effects." Leonard pondered for a few seconds. I'll consider it for a period of time. I'll give you an answer next week. How about that? No problem, the world's German sparrow replied without any surprise. As for the other members, even if they were interested in the beginning, they gave up asking after hearing the negative effects of Word of the Sea. At this moment, the fool Klein's thoughts turned in another direction. He was wondering if he should take the opportunity to do a clearance sale. After he advanced to Sequence 4 and became a demigod, many of his original items and characteristics were no longer of use. Creeping hunger can be kept, even if it's for traveling. In addition, it can graze a Sequence 4 saint. It has the potential to grow, and its various Beyonder powers are rather good. The value of Death Knell isn't actually that high, but after activating lethal attack mode, its attack on a fixed target is still stronger than air cannon. At the very least, it can still be used at Sequence 4. Yes, there's still room for improvement. The first two items that appeared in Klein's mind were the two items he used the most. From his point of view, as long as he could obtain more powerful bullets, Death Knell would be able to produce terrifying effects. The only problem was that such bullets were equivalent to high-level charms. It wasn't something that could be easily found. Even if he were to find the materials to make it, he had to consider if praying to a high-level existence would succeed or if there would be a backlash. In this regard, Klein had a few preliminary plans. They were: pray to the goddess, seek help from Snake of Mercury Will Septon, find Pallas Zoroast through Leonard, borrow the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, and get Leonard to find a mission to return to Tingen to steal some of the power of the eternal blazing sun divine blood from the mutated sun sacred emblem, which was also 3-0782. The flaring sun bullet is definitely the nemesis of evil spirit-type creatures. I also have a preliminary idea as to how to borrow the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Amon's Worms of Time can be made into Fate Siphon Charms, and my Worms of Spirit should also be able to be made into Beyonder bullets. However, as for the actual operation, I'll have to consult Pallas Zoroast. Klein looked forward to the following conversation with Leonard. Worm of Spirit was the name he had given to the transparent maggot. Following that, he considered the other items and characteristics. Sun Brooch? I'm currently lacking in such abilities and items. Although I can use my spirit body threads to deal with evil spirits, I can also keep it to give Paper Angel another form of transformation. Furthermore, I'll have to lend it to Donna's at times. Flower of Blood Ring? I can't sell this, and the Tarot Club doesn't have any Aurora Order members. It's best I continue letting my marionette use it. An additional life might give me more hope. Green Essence Ring? This can be sold. I can already transfer diseases, and Creeping Hunger still has a doctor grazing inside it. Murloc Cufflink? This isn't of much use. If I need it for a short period of time, I can transform myself into a large fish. If I need it for a long period of time, I can come above the gray fog and use the Sea God Scepter to augment it. Broken Finger? I wonder if anyone wants it. Besides, I still haven't figured out why the rat demigod was sealed. This might be useful. I still have 1, 6, and 2 purifying bullets, demon hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets left. I can use them casually, so there's no need to sell them. Biological poison bottle? Sigh, I haven't sold it all this while. The aura of a blather? This can be used to make charms or bullets. I won't sell it for now, but the problem is, do I have to pray to the dark side of the universe? Forget it. I'll see if there are any other alternatives in the future. An Interrogator Beyonder characteristic, a Lunatic Beyonder characteristic, 15 milliliters of 1,000-faced hunter's blood, 40 grams of Spirit World Plunder powder, the eyeball of a 6-winged gargoyle. These aren't needed at the Tarot Club. I might even be able to reward the believers of Sea God or the Roselle Archipelago's resistance in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein quickly made up his mind. As for items that were at least at the demigod level like the Sea God Scepter, Roselle's Travels, and the key to the giant king's court, he didn't even consider selling them at the moment. Then, he made the world German sparrow say, "I have 2 mystical items for sale. I have 2 mystical items for sale. Their levels are relatively low." Katlia immediately replied, "Just because their levels are low doesn't mean that they're useless. Having a low sequence doesn't mean that it's useless. Many low sequence powers can even turn the tables in a battle between sequence 5 beyonders. I'm very interested in knowing the details of your 2 mystical items." Klein nodded slightly and explained the effects and flaws of the Murloc cufflink and green essence ring. Finally, he said, "I'm not sure." Finally, he said, £500 for the Murloc cufflink, £1,000 for the green essence ring. Just as he said that, Audrey raised her arm slightly. "I want to buy the Murloc cufflink." What she really wanted to say was, "Can I have both?" After all, the negative effects of the 2 mystical items were very small. However, considering that others still needed them, and that she couldn't take everything away, Audrey finally decided on the Murloc cufflink. This could provide her with another layer of illusory scales, making it difficult for her to be caught. And most importantly, she didn't know how to swim to begin with, so it could effectively make up for her shortcomings. As for the problem of fatigue in hot and dry weather, she wasn't worried. This was because, be it in East Chester County or Bakeland, it was rare for the temperature to exceed 30 degrees Celsius. The humidity was also relatively high. Seeing that Miss Justice had taken a fancy to the Murloc cufflink, the other members rationally gave up. None of them raised the price, and the transaction was quickly completed. Right on the heels of that, the hanging man Alger bought the green essence ring. To him, although the water domain had certain healing spells, they were inferior to this professional item. As a Beyonder who often needed to engage in melee combat, this was just too important. As for the so-called attracting mosquitoes, Alger didn't mind at all. This was because he had illusory scales beneath his skin, so he wasn't afraid of being bitten. After the transaction segment, Emlyn cleared his throat and spoke first. Chapter 10:13. Emlyn subconsciously clasped his hands together as he raised his chin slightly and looked diagonally at Miss Magicians. "I've already confirmed that the matter of the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest was a probe by the Sanguine. They concealed a very crucial piece of information." After saying that, he felt as though a boulder had been lifted from his heart. He was no longer as hesitant, embarrassed as he had been a few days ago. He surveyed the area and looked at Ma, M. Hermit and Mr. the Hanging Man's reactions. He realized that they seemed to have expected it and weren't surprised at all. From the looks of it, they already had their guesses when Miss Magicians mentioned that there was a problem with the intelligence. Emlyn nodded to himself and added before Furs could respond, "I'm very sorry. I will refund you the £300 for the intelligence. In addition, I will compensate you another £300. Also, I will punish the Sanguine who deliberately provided incomplete intelligence. Although Mr. Moon always appears arrogant, he's rather sincere when faced with mistake. He doesn't find a reason to shirk responsibility. However, I've already obtained the Ancient Wraith's cursed item and remnant spirituality. The matter is already in the past, and he didn't have the intention to harm me and Zio. There's no need to ask for too much compensation." Magician's Furs remembered Zio's exhortations and didn't look her in the eye. Instead, she said, "It was just a mistake. There's no need for compensation. A refund of the intelligence fee is sufficient." Just as she said that, she suddenly thought of something. Since the information on the abandoned castle originated from the Sanguine's probe, could she and Zio have already been targeted by the Sanguine? Furs finally couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Zio. She saw Miss Judgment shake her head slightly, indicating that she hadn't discovered that the two of them were being monitored. Furs was puzzled and found it incomprehensible. She then scattered her thoughts and recalled the state she was in back then. We only explored it after a period of time. The Sanguine no longer has the patience to wait? The owner of the inn in the town knows of the abandoned castle. He's a sanguine in disguise? No, many of the locals knew about this, but that place was too remote, and there was nothing valuable left. So, unless they were hunting, no one would go there. That's not right. The abandoned castle is so dangerous. Why are the people who took shelter from the rain there completely fine? They only said that it was gloomy and a little scary? The vampires usually sealed off the underground passageway, and they opened it in advance to test us? This meant that there were indeed surveillance cameras. Because the castle is too dangerous, the surveillance is in the forest outside and not inside? As Zio and I were lost, we circled around the watchers without being discovered? Mr. Fool didn't give any warnings, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I'll take note when I get back. As Furz's thoughts raced, Emlyn pondered for a moment. Okay. He didn't insist on refunding the information because he felt that the best compensation was to punish Ernst Boyer and not money. Then, he waited for Miss Magicians to inquire about the punishment. He planned on taking this opportunity to consult the other members of the tarot gathering to see if he could obtain any good suggestions. Magician's Furs considered that it was an internal matter of the sanguine. She believed that although she was a victim, since Mr. Moon didn't take the initiative to provide a solution, she had to consider his feelings. She didn't pursue the matter and just waited for the outcome to be satisfactory. The palace that resembled a giant's residence turned silent as the atmosphere turned a little odd. Audrey looked across and glanced to the side. She pursed her lips and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" She pursed her lips and curiously asked, "Mr. Moon, how do you plan on punishing that sanguine?" "Phew." Emlyn silently exhaled as he subconsciously glanced at the world's German sparrow. He did so under the orders of his superiors. I believe his mistake isn't something that needs to be compensated with his life. In other words, Emlyn was implying that Mr. World didn't need to interfere. There was no need to make this matter so intense. Seeing that the world didn't retort, Emlyn cast his gaze across him. I plan on luring that sanguine to a particular cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Bakeland. After participating in so many tarot gatherings, even if Emlyn couldn't be bothered with the details, he knew that he had to conceal his situation in the real world. Therefore, he didn't specifically mention the Harvest Church. The Church of Earth Mother only has one cathedral in Bakeland, the Harvest Church. The rest are located in the suburbs and surrounding villages. Leonard held back his laughter as he looked up at the high dome. You wish for the Beyonders of the Church of Earth Mother to purify that sanguine? Magician's Furs blurted out in surprise. From her point of view, this was no different from directly killing him. Emlyn was momentarily at a loss for an answer. At this moment, the hermit Catlia interjected, "That's right. The Church of Earth Mother has the habit of roping in sanguine and changing their faith to become priests and bishops." "Is that so?" Audrey glanced at Mr. Moon in thought without letting him notice. To make that sanguine a clergyman, make him pray at the cathedral every day, do volunteer work, and cleanse his soul for a long period of time. Mr. Moon's punishment plan is so vicious. But I like it. That fellow nearly caused Zio and me to be corrupted by the corruptive powers, turning us into ancient wraiths. Magician's Furz's interest was instantly piqued. She asked, "Mr. Moon, how do you plan on luring that sanguine to the Cathedral of Earth Mother? Do you have a mature plan? Perhaps I can provide help." "Yes, you have to be careful. Don't let yourself enter the Cathedral of Earth Mother in order to punish him. If that happens, you can only pray to Mr. Fool for help." Of course, that might be Mr. Fool's goal. He wants to make the Church of Earth Mother have one of his own. After saying that, Furs silently added in her heart. Upon hearing her words, Leonard nearly laughed out loud. He was extremely certain that Mr. Moon was the Harvest Church's Emlyn White. Clearly, this sanguine was already a priest of Earth Mother. This is a little similar to a drowning person dragging someone else into the water. Leonard held back his laughter and glanced at the world's German sparrow. He realized that his former colleague didn't have any emotions and was extremely deep. This made him think, is this a clown's power, or is Klein already used to such a state? At the end of the long, mottled table, the fool Klein nearly covered his mouth. He never expected Emlyn to be so creative. This is a little similar to multi-level marketing, but it's also a little different. After all, Emlyn knows that this isn't anything good. Klein leaned back in his chair and looked forward to the next development with interest. During the last treatment, Miss Justice had told him not to wear a thick mask. He always remembered it and tried his best to do so when he had the chance to maintain his mental health. And upon hearing Miss Magician's words of concern, Emlyn felt even more embarrassed. This was because he had to enter Earth Mother's Cathedral several times a day. Even taking a weekend off made him uncomfortable. He cleared his throat once more and said, "I would like to hear your opinions. Yes, I hope that there won't be any intense battles. It'll be very difficult to control the situation, and I hope that I won't directly expose my identity. Miss Magicians, it's fine if you wish to participate, but we definitely shouldn't meet." By not directly exposing his identity, it meant that it didn't matter if Ernst Boyer and the other sanguine guessed that he was the culprit. This was a form of shock and awe, but it was best not to obtain any clear evidence. Magician's Furs tersely acknowledged and mimicked the experienced people at various gatherings. "First, you have to tell us what sequence that sanguine is equivalent to and what he's good at." Emlyn was already prepared as he said, "He's equivalent to a sequence 5. His combat experience isn't bad, and he's good at creating the effects of a full moon." Effects of a full moon? Magician's Furs was taken aback as she gaped, unable to say a word. After Emlyn finished his introduction, she laughed dryly and said, "I recall that I have something else to do. I just remembered that I have something else to do. It might not be convenient for me to participate." When she was in a state similar to a full moon, she would hear Mr. Dorr's ravings. And this meant that she would instantly be severely injured by the target sanguine, causing her to lose her combat ability. Emlyn frowned slightly, puzzled by the change in Miss Magician's attitude. At this moment, Zio, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "I can participate as long as there's a corresponding share of the spoils of war." Miss Judgment's tone is so firm, as though she wants revenge. Emlyn muttered to himself as he glanced at M. Hermit and Mr. the Hanging Man. He realized that the two of them had no intention of speaking for the time being, as though they wanted to see what kind of plan the Tarot members of Bakeland could come up with. As this matter involved a friend, and it might become the first mission that the Tarot Club members participated in together, Audrey was rather interested. After observing for a while, she deliberated and said, "It's about time." After observing for a while, she deliberated and said, "I might be able to hypnotize that sanguine and make him go to Earth Mother's Cathedral. However, to not expose myself and have a higher success rate, it's best if the sanguine is in an absent-minded or half-conscious state when I hypnotize him. Mr. Moon, can you do it?" Emlyn was just about to combine his powers and items to think of a solution when Leonard suddenly laughed. "That's simple, but I'm only in charge of making the sanguine unconscious. Of course, the premise is that there has to be sufficiently accurate information, mainly regarding the trajectory of the action." Just as he said that, Zio nodded and said, "I'm good at tracking and investigation. I'm good at tracking and investigation. You can leave the intelligence to me." "Yes, first, Mr. Moon, you have to tell me the sanguine's name, address, and appearance." "All right." Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief before saying in confusion, "Then, what do I need to do in this entire matter? Also, what payment do you want? P.S. Everyone, please don't be impatient when posting this chapter. This is because the new version's delay is extremely high. Sometimes, it might take 2 hours before you can see what you or others post. Sometimes there are dozens of posts, but when you click on them, there are only a few. Yes, it'll be normal after about 2 hours. 2 hours. Chapter 10:14. Upon hearing the moon's question, the other tarot members realized that after a round of discussion, the leader of this punishment had nothing to do. According to the plan from before, all he needed to do was provide the corresponding name, address, and appearance. Then, he could patiently wait for the result. Misjudgment was in charge of tracking and investigating, figuring out the target's movements. Miss Justice and Mr. Star would choose a suitable location for both parties based on the feedback. Then, Mr. Star would knock the sanguine unconscious without attracting attention. Miss Justice would then seize the opportunity to complete the hypnosis, allowing the target to head to the predetermined location. The entire process had nothing to do with the moon. Audrey deliberated for a moment. Mr. Moon, what you need to do is ensure that the hypnotized sanguine doesn't encounter any accidents on the way to the cathedral. There won't be any struggles, and there won't be anyone rescuing him. At this point, Audrey suddenly realized that there was a problem with her previous plan. She quickly added, "If that sanguine is very resistant to the Church of Mother Earth, the effects of the hypnosis will be weaker. Therefore, I plan to avoid this point as much as possible during the hypnosis. I plan to instill the thought of capturing a target of hatred in him so that he will unknowingly enter the predetermined cathedral in the process of the pursuit." How about you take on the role of the target of hatred? This requires you to have the ability to protect yourself and maintain a distance so that you won't be caught. No problem. Emlyn pondered for a moment before agreeing. With Duke Ulmer having removed the mental corruption from his sequence 5 artificial vampire beyonder characteristic, Emlyn only needed to wait for a full moon to become a viscount, standing on the same level as Ernst Boyar. And he would have such an opportunity next week. When that happened, he didn't believe that he, who had the ancestor's ring, would be caught up to by a fellow viscount. If it really doesn't work out, I can rent that spell book from Miss Magician's. I remember that it has the power of the wind domain. Emlyn was rather confident about that. Beside him, Leonard had an inexplicable fear of hypnosis after hearing his conversation with Miss Justice. To him, no matter how terrifying a head-on battle was, it was not as terrifying as doing things that went against his own will without realizing it. He paused for a moment and replied to Emlyn's second question. "My payment is the same as misjudgments. I'll take a portion of the spoils of war." To Leonard, the entire matter was to forcefully pull a predetermined target into a dream at a predetermined location before leaving. He didn't have to worry about success or if there would be any accident. It was as simple as going to a coffee shop and ordering a cup of Desi coffee. The only thing he had to worry about was not exposing himself. Therefore, he was too embarrassed to ask for payment in advance. He planned on splitting the profits from the spoils of war at the end. In addition, he believed that this was the only way for him to integrate into the tarot gathering, so he didn't need to be too calculative. Audrey turned her head to glance at Zio before retracting her gaze and smiling. "My request is the same as Mr. Star and Misjudgment. A quarter of the spoils of war." In fact, she didn't have any intention of getting paid. This was because she felt that the sanguine had bullied the tarot members and her 2 friends. Punishing him was something she should do. The reason why she asked for the spoils of war was to take care of Mr. Moon's feelings. She was afraid that her voluntary help would embarrass the proud sanguine to the core. Besides, Mr. Moon doesn't have much money now. All he can do is direct the rewards to the spoils of war. Audrey silently added in her heart. Although she hadn't deliberately done the math, based on a spectator's grasp of details and memory, she believed that Mr. Moon's financial situation wasn't too optimistic after spending £5,000 to buy the sequence 5 artificial vampire beyonder characteristic. Furthermore, he had refunded the intelligence fees he had earned. Each of the 4 participants will get a share of the spoils of war. This is very fair. Emlyn nodded and surveyed the area. "Do you have any other opinions?" Furs said in disbelief. That's not a problem at all.
That's it?
That's a sanguine equivalent to a sequence 5. From what I heard, it sounds like your plan will succeed very easily. In her heart, sequence 5 Beyonders were definitely considered powerful in the circle of unaffiliated Beyonders. Some were even the leaders of gatherings. Those powerful pirate admirals were only at this sequence. However, in the Star and Company's discussion, such a sequence 5 could be easily resolved without any difficulty. Upon hearing her question, Leonard thought for a moment and said, "That's right. As long as that sanguine doesn't have an item that counters my powers, even if he's equivalent to a sequence 5, I'll definitely be able to knock him out for a period of time. It all depends on whether Miss Justice can grasp the opportunity. If the location is arranged and the preparations are made in advance, I'm fine with it," Audrey answered with certainty. She was actually a little uneasy. After all, she had never participated in a real battle. However, her grasp of her Beyonder powers and her knowledge of mysticism and psychology gave her the confidence to say such words. Magician's Furs suddenly fell into a daze after hearing their responses. Unknowingly, other than Mr. World, the other members of Tarot also have the ability to resolve a sequence 5. That's right. Miss Justice has long been a sequence 6 hypnotist. With a Beyonder of the same level, she does have a high chance of hypnotizing a sequence 5. Just as Emlyn felt that the matter had been settled and that there was no need to ask further, the hanging man Alger, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke. "As a member of a secret organization, I believe that everything has to be considered at a deeper level." Emlyn and Leonard cast their gazes at Mr. the Hanging Man in confusion. Audrey and Zio were first taken aback before they vaguely grasped something. The hanging man Alger cleared his throat and glanced at son Derek beside him. "Since the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest is a test, why can't the sanguine in the open be a test as well? That's the reason. I knew that Mr. the Hanging Man would take the initiative to remind me." The fool Klein controlled the world. German Sparrow nodded. Katlia looked at the hanging man with a look of approval and approval. This. Emlyn's pupils constricted, and he was unable to retort. At that instant, he felt that he had been too careless. Leonard was taken aback. He instantly felt that he had been too undisciplined. He hadn't understood the entire matter well enough before participating in it without considering if there were any latent dangers. Of course, this style also had something to do with his identity as an official Beyonder and his way of thinking. It's still Mr. the Hanging Man who's meticulous in his considerations. Audrey, you still need to accumulate experience. Audrey's thoughts raced as she took the initiative to ask. So, we have to temporarily give up on punishing him and wait until the blood race can no longer maintain their secret surveillance before taking action? The hanging man, Alger chuckled. There's no need to give up. A few more misleading actions will do. He then looked at Emlyn. First, you will directly issue the mission of investigating the sanguine to the bounty hunters in Bakeland, using their existence to conceal misjudgment's actions. Second, when confirming the location, try to get as close to the Orthodox deity's cathedral as possible. This will effectively interfere with divination after the matter. Third, before Miss Justice and the others deal with the sanguine, you have to do something that's suspicious but not too obvious. It's as though you want to take revenge somewhere else, so as to attract the attention of the secret surveillance, creating the needed opportunity. This is combined with the first point. Fourth, after the sanguine is successfully hypnotized, you will head over to guide him. At this point, Alger paused. If there's also a demigod-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy, then there won't be any loopholes in the entire matter. Of course, Miss Justice, Mr. Starr, you have to disguise yourselves when taking action. Don't leave any traces. These words stunned most of the members present, especially Sunday. He couldn't hide the respect and admiration in his heart. Although he wasn't able to participate in the disciplinary operation as a member of the Tarot, He couldn't help but be concerned and ponder over such clear matters. He hadn't found any problems with Mr. Moon and Company's plan, so at this moment, he sincerely felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was just too impressive in such matters. Emlyn thought for a moment and said, "That's right. You mean to use my punishment on the surface to conceal the secret actions of Miss Justice, Mr. Starr and Company? It's like I'm going to take action in a particular corner of the square after the target leaves the coffee shop, attracting everyone's attention. And in fact, Miss Justice and Company have already completed the hypnosis in the coffee shop without anyone noticing?" The Hanging Man Alger nodded slightly. "That's it. I've learned something again. Mr. the Hanging Man is truly an experienced beyonder." Audrey was completely enlightened as she felt elated. "The problem now is, where can I find demigod-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy items or charms?" Leonard also felt that he had benefited greatly as he took the initiative to ask. He wasn't too worried about himself. After all, there was a grandpa angel hidden within him. Magician's Furs tersely acknowledged and said, "I can lend out Lamino's Travels. I can lend out Lamino's Travels. It has Angel's Embrace on it. I'll take a share of the spoils of war." As she spoke, she stole a glance at the world's German sparrow and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the gentleman didn't say anything. What she didn't know was that the Fool Klein's thoughts were very simple. Angel's Embrace. This sounds much better than Paper Angel. The punishment operation had finally been finalized. Without any hesitation, Audrey surveyed the area and said, "We're going to take a look. I met with Psychological Alchemy Council member Vin Rambis last week." "What? Vin Rambis is a member of the Psychological Alchemy Council?" Leonard sat up straight in surprise. He had the urge to immediately report to the Archbishop and gather a team to capture him. This was an occupational hazard. P.S. It's the last 2 days of August. Asking for monthly vote,